We're not really worrying about anything right now. Greetings and salutations, one and all. Yeah, it's your hype man. Everybody's favorite hype guy, right? Yeah, it's my name is DJ Kevin Stew, and I'm holding it down as the rebel returns to his ear chair. In the meantime, in between time, greetings and salutations to each and every one of you. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Hey, Elaine, how you doing? Much love to those of you who are already here in the chat. Inviting you all to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call them up, especially them, the enemies. Yeah, man, the frenemies. Them, call up everybody, anybody, somebody. Let them know Reason with Rattigan is on right about now. And holding it down for you, yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew. Now, joining in a little bit, in a few, we have Prezi coming in, and the rebel himself will be on in just a moment. I think I am hyping up the broadcast today, right? Of course, you can catch me at 8 o'clock tonight on Reggae Global Radio for the Saturday Stew. We get to vibe up in a different way. And in the week on kevinstew.com and affiliate stations, you can catch me for the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew, which is a whole different side of me. Tonight, well, right now, this afternoon, it's just holding it down until the rebel gets in. There are things that I have on my mind as it relates to things that are going on right now. And first of all, I'll let you know this. It blew my mind when things started going sideways. It really did. And it hit me like a brick. But I'll tell you this. See Prezi joining us. I'll tell you this. It is not the end. Some will see it as a bump in the road. Some will just see it as a corner to navigate, a turn to navigate. Just know that the wheels keep turning. The process keeps on going. Cream always rises to the top. And like the song, you're going to hear more of it later on when the rebel comes on. Don't worry about a thing because everything is going to be all right. You see, once you know that what you're doing is the right thing, and yes, right and wrong is relative. We get that. But if you're operating within from a particular standard or within a particular standard. And here you have your checks and balances, and you're checking off as you go along. And what you're doing is in alignment with what is supposed to be done. You really have nothing to worry about. And so when the storms of life may come around, whichever form they may take, there's a light that shines at the end of the tunnel. Yes, Miss Rita. Whichever form these trials and tribulations may take, whichever form these bumps may take, just know that up until this point, whatever it is that you went through, and you can apply this to anything in your life, up until this point, right here, right now, anything that you have gone through before, you're here today to talk about it, which means up until now, you have 100% track record because you've been successful. You've gone through it. You are here. And so this is yet another interesting part of the journey. There are some that may have decided to take on other paths as a result of it, and that's fine, because this has been the case from the beginning. Those who subscribe to Christianity and read the Bible, you know that Jesus was followed by many until. And so there is a point in time that one or few need to drop off along the way. To get a good, strong, beautiful rose bush, you need to prune it, which means you need to clip off some edges, right? Right, Prezi? I don't know how your gardening stay. Unmute your mic, man. I don't know how your gardening stay, but as far as I know. Greetings, Prezi. As far as I know, this is how things go. And so
I'm hearing that feedback. Our will need to mute. I don't know.
What's that?
I was hearing that feedback, but I think it's good now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, whichever way you take it, whether it's going to happen naturally, where leaves fall off trees, branches fall off along the way, but yet still you find a big, strong, healthy tree, or someone is doing the pruning. Either way, something have to get cut, and in order for it to strive and thrive. And it happens even with roots. Sometimes the tree has to fall in order for it to grow stronger. I had a breadfruit tree in my backyard when I was growing up in Jamaica. Lived in Zeta Gardens. I don't know how many people know that area. And there was a breadfruit tree in my backyard, and Gilbert came along. And that breadfruit tree was majestic as it stood. And after it fell, it was even more majestic because it grew wider. And it was amazing. Without we lost the breadfruit tree, I wasn't big on breadfruits at the time. Right now, I wish I could have even a breadfruit stalk, let alone a breadfruit tree, but I digress. Sometimes these things have to happen. And there are many a hero that weren't recognized as heroes until they had passed.
You know what, Kevin, I normally say the same thing, because when you look historically at most civil rights group, you know, there always some kind of dissension and internal struggles and challenges that really was meant to break and to stop the movement. And I don't see us as being immune to these challenges. Anything that is said that is disparaging, or anything that is said that is, well, majority of what have been said is total nonsense and lies. And it's sad. But, you know, we have two options. We can either be like them and sling dirt and try to prove like, no, I want to say a lie, and we're come argue, and then it become now you're perpetuating this negativity because now you're giving fuel to it, and you're giving people, continuing this argument, or we're gonna say, listen, me, we're resolute, we're gonna move forward, we're focusing on the mission, and we're not gonna be distracted by anything. And I think the latter is the right mindset. The latter is the way we should move forward, not just focusing on responding to negative claims, not focusing on responding to what people have to say, because the moment you go down there, Kev, I believe that you start getting hurt. So it's either like, I see you down there trying to sling mud at me, but you know what happened? I pray for you, but I'm moving forward. And I know you're calling me to come and wobble in the mud with you, but I have too much to do. My mission is too important to be arguing claims and assertions and negative commentaries that really is not based on truth, but just anger and maybe some other malicious intent. But we just don't want to give in to that negativity. That's where I'm at with that. And of course, finally, anybody have any question? OJLDF is a not-for-profit. It's a 501c3 with the government and with the state. And anyone wants any information according to our charter, they can request information. You can simply do a submission for a request for information. You send a letter or an email and say, hey, I'm requesting information about the OJLDF. Here's what I need. And if you request information in the right format, in the right manner, that information is forthcoming because it's a public organization. But for us to come out and say, oh, through them over there upon social media, say this, we'll come out and answer them on free show, oh, we're going to answer them back because, that is amateur, it is childish, and it doesn't serve any purpose because we'll come every week and answer when somebody's upon another show. I mean, they not have time to do the people's business. And if we're about the people's business, then we should be focusing on the people's business. And of course, offense will come, distraction will come. Anyone want any information about what is happening in the organization, about finances, about directorates, about mission, about what we have done, what we are doing, all of that is readily available. Write a request for information and send to the team, and we can provide you and furnish you any information you want about the organization that is not yet public. And finally, if you have not gone to the ojldf.net website, you're missing out because the website is taking form, and we do have a learning library on the website. So if you go on the learning library in the next couple of days, you're gonna see everything you want to see. Right now, we have the Jamaica Constitution. We have how to request information, access to information, and we're building out that website. So we're not stopping, and we're not gonna be giving up or turning to respond to negativity when we're heading forward on a mission. So thank you.
All right. I want to take this opportunity to welcome to his broadcast. I know I love to do it, right? You love what I love when I come on and do the hype thing, the hype man thing before the main act come on. And then welcome.
Worse, you are prepared this thing. I need to come on, straight show.
There's not many places you can go and find the host being welcome to his own broadcast live.
Right.
When it's happening like this. So this is one of those rare places that you get to and experience this. Pat, no, don't play with me. Don't play with my food. But
no, we have to be sure because Kevin have things him after the tonight, and now we have things we have to do. But let me just say, welcome, and thank you to all of you in the chat watching live. Apologize for being late. I had daddy duties today. I had to go watch my young son young Seth, he had played football, and so I had to, you know, do my thing, and I just got home. So I apologize for that. But anyway, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Now, some time ago, I was told that Jamaica is content rich, and it has turned out to be 100% true. Not a week goes by without a major story that has a direct effect on the continued suffering of our people. And that is why it is incumbent on us to continue applying pressure on the government to relieve the stress and strain on our brothers and sisters who are unable or incapable of doing it for themselves. Now, this week, I had the unique opportunity to chat with a high level source who is uniquely situated to provide timely and interesting information about several things about the government, the prime minister, the connection between the upcoming elections in Jamaica and the United States, and criminal activity involving the highest elements of the Jamaican government and influential citizens. Whole heap of things made to learn this week. As an example, I was informed that despite the efforts of the Bank of Jamaica, the economy, the Jamaican economy, is on the verge of going south, meaning it no look pretty. The bastion of real power in Jamaica, the PSOJ, is very concerned about this situation. The steady drumbeat of restlessness by the population and its potential volatile nature. And they're also concerned about the PM's unpopularity. Lots of concerns on the part of the PSOJ. For the very first time, the Prime Minister and his wife's alleged criminal activities are openly discussed in influential circles, and options are being explored for their departure. Based on information I received, it appears that several members of the government are anticipating a loss at the polls and are making relocation plans. I mean, I got specific, very granular information, but the source is singular. So I just want to protect the source. More to come at a later date. I was also informed that certain people have been and continue to take advantage of Jamaica's position as a drug transit location. Further, there is a direct connection between the recent drug seizures and influential members of the Jamaican society. We're not surprised by that. Now, I also have a document, a contract proposal that clearly shows the Jamaican government's reluctance and refusal to implement certain security measures that would have a severe impact on the drug trafficking, human trafficking, and importation of illegal weapons to the shores of our paradise. I mean, you have to see this document. I won't show it today because we're pressed for time, but next week, I promise you, I'll show you the document in its entirety, and you're going to be surprised. You're going to be shocked when you see what was offered and what was rejected. One does not have to wonder why that contract was not executed. And because that contract was not executed, a certain foreign government is very upset and has collected and collated a mountain of evidence against the Holness administration. There is also the considered opinion of certain well-regarded individuals in Jamaica that the diaspora has a role to play in the upcoming elections and the demise of certain politicians should they lose the elections as anticipated. So that's why them dip on pins and needles about what we had around here. Additionally, because of the singular nature of the source, and I just alluded to it, I can only say that the PM is contemplating calling the election ahead of the presidential election in the US. And what was explained to me was just mind-blowing. There are certain things happening, and they're trying to sequence things. But we'll get into that some other time. Things are getting curiouser and curiouser. So tighten your seatbelts and hang on, because it's going to be a wild ride. There's an email, different topic. There's an email issue that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation has to address. Now, once this process has been handled, the OJLDF will establish a VPN service. And some of you are familiar with that. Those of you who are not, let me explain to you what it is. It stands for Virtual Private Network, and it established a digital connection between your computer and a remote server owned by a VPN provider, creating a point-to-point tunnel that encrypts your personal data, masks your IP address, and lets you sidestep website blocks and firewalls on the internet. It is virtual because they have no physical cables. It is private. No one else can see your browsing activity. And it is networked because multiple devices, your computer and the VPN server, work together to maintain an established link. Here's why this is so important. People are calling me with a lot of information. And it's not just me. Other members in the diaspora, they're getting information as well. Now, information is critical. If you notice, I didn't say intelligence, right? Information, there's a big difference. Information is critical to what we do at the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And several well-connected individuals have informed me through various sources of their willingness to share information, but they're afraid of what they believe to be penetration, track and trace methods employed by the government. And you've heard the Prime Minister talk about it, and you've heard others talk about it, including some bloggers. VPN will aid in removing that concern. So stand by. So what it means, what it's going to mean is that you can send information to us and you don't have to worry about the government using whatever they're using to intercept, to track, to trace, because you sit at that computer in Jamaica and you start typing, they can't intercept that, and it's gonna appear as if it's coming, the server is somewhere else. So, and we will choose a server. We're going to share that number with certain people. Patricia says she already have a VPN. VPN Nord, VPNs are not. But Patricia, we have to talk to you, man. It look like you know the thing. We have to talk to you. But people in Jamaica, they're afraid. And so this is one way where we can actually protect them and protect their information. But I'm getting a lot of information. I'm getting documents too. So, but stay tuned. Now, last week we had a podcast on Relics with the Rebel with our special vintage reggae. And I was looking forward to the continued fun tonight with a fantastic selection of Lovers Rock. We even get President Stay up last week for watch, But unfortunately, I won't be able to host the program tonight. So please tell everyone, Missy, the whole crew, Don, the Dons, the Emas, I shouldn't even start calling names because the names and people get upset at me. But all of the people midnight, I won't be on today or tonight. I won't be on. So share it, please. But join me next Saturday and let's keep the party going. Please remember to join who? DJ Kevin Stew. Or as Isaac said, Kevin Stew. Well, a conversation this morning with Isaac. Kevin Stew. So join DJ Kevin Stew tonight from 8 to 10 for the best Caribbean music played on social media and traditional platforms. And I have to say this, folks, I'm not a DJ. I just play music when me like. Kevin is a professional DJ. So it's unfair. It's not a fair fight to compare me. So I think I'm President, I said, we're supposed to have a DJ clash or something like that. And Mr. President, you mad? Kevin, 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 I use me wipe the floor. No, we have to say some prayer.
The Rebel is a very good DJ. Don't listen to him. Yeah, I need to listen.
Kevin, where you there? No, we have to say some prayers for some of the folks who not doing so well, like Mama Eileen, Trevor, Ma P, just said Ma P. See you soon. Ma Jean, Uncle Moulton, Mildred, Desmond, Joanna, get well soon. Get well soon. Fireball, stay right there, sir. Paul, Sassidi, Mrs. Nelson, Siaga, and that is not the Siaga what we are talking about. Is not a Siaga who's related to the Siaga. We just call him Siaga. Kind of look like one of them, but he's not related. Bob De Souza, Barry, my brethren. Yeah, get well soon. You know, you go through a little thing and work later or tomorrow and just check in on you. Bunny Jump, bless up, my brother. Congratulations, man, this week. I'm really happy for you. Mr. Baxter, yes, we want to stop in and see you. And last but not least, my brethren, fit is the hardest that I cover from story. And our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester who are still suffering in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. You know, President Kevin and the crew, about 10 minutes before I got in, a man called me and him there St. Elizabeth, and him said, why there is no change from Beryl till now, at least where he is. Him said mash up same way. So
Not even a little bit.
body. And we must also keep the families of the victims of the tragic shooting in Clarendon last Sunday in our prayers and our thoughts. Sad event. But we saw it coming. And, it's, you hope something like this won't happen again. But all the signs are there that even if you don't have something like this happen again, you're going to have an outbreak of violence. And that's not comforting. Just like all the earthquakes, they're not comforting. We don't know if we have insurance for earthquake. We know we have some insurance for hurricanes, but we don't know about the earthquake one. I wish the minister would come out and at least give some assurance to the people that, hey, in the event of this, of a hurricane, earthquake, that we have some coverage can extend to the people. And think about that. We have hurricane coverage, and I don't know. We haven't heard if we receive a cent yet, but we're supposed to get some, whole heap of millions of dollars. So big up our cadre of ambassadors. Big up on yourself. I had a chat with some of you this week, and it was very, very, very rewarding, just to listen and get the feedback from you guys and answer your questions. I mean, it doesn't get any better. We appreciate and thank you for the work that you're doing on behalf of our people, the Jamaican people. You're not doing it for yourselves. And we're just happy that, we're all in this boat and we're all along for the ride. The producers are doing a fantastic job with the structure of the show. And this week, they are bent on ending the show at or before 8 o'clock. And I will be disciplined, or I will try to be disciplined in this endeavor. So, Missy and all of the crew, them out there, Kevin will be completely yours from 8 to 10. I promise not to intervene. All right. No,
People say.
Check out Waters Vibes tomorrow on YouTube at 4 p.m. That's 3 p.m. Jamaica time. Win Lonesome's Town Hall meeting tomorrow night on YouTube at 7. That's 6 Jamaica time. And don't forget Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters. We spoke to him earlier today. He's in a travel status. We're not sure if he'll join us, but if he does, it will be later, maybe much later. Check out his show on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7, and that's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Kevin, where you there? Remember to check out DJ Kevin Stew tonight and every Saturday night from 8 to 10 on Reggae Global Radio. And if you don't notice, this is about the third or fourth time I mention it, because you know why? You get a whole heap of calls during the week. What make you go past 8 o'clock? Who want to listen to Kevin? So, that's where we are. We need to play some video. We have about 5 minutes left, but Folks, I want to show you something. We have a whole bunch of things to play. And I was listening to the conversation earlier between Kevin and Mr. President. And my view is that I have nothing to say. I just go and move forward. I have a laser beam focus on what I'm supposed to do. And so I can just move forward and don't give energy where energy is not deserved. So let me start out with this video. I want to listen to this video, yeah. And I heard it from a dear friend of mine. And he sent it to me. And he said, take a listen. You may want to use it. Here we go.
No one sees you as an enemy. It means you're not important enough. If no one sees you as a threat, it means you're not strong enough. If no one talks behind your back, it means you're not outstanding enough. If someone is taking advantage of you, it means you have value. If someone isolates you, it means you're strong enough. If someone imitates you, it means you are charismatic. If someone slanders you, it means you are too prominent. If someone mocks you, it means you have unique thinking. If someone confronts you, it means you are superior to them. Remember that all these things stem from others not measuring up to you. Criticism is, in fact, a form of admiration.
Thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert.
One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invites all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica to raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed health care, poor education, and more injustice taking place in Jamaica. This takes place on Friday, August the 30th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this takes place at the Jamaican Consulate at the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, New York. Remember, all Jamaicans and all friends of Jamaica, come and raise your voices in protest against all injustices taking place in Jamaica. Let's all come out in support to make Jamaica a better place.
All right, and I'm going to hear him. Then you're going to see that promo there quite often. Here's another video I'd like you to pay attention to.
In this room, if you truly believe of yourself called to be a leader, get ready to pay your tuition. Get ready to pay your tuition. And so we spoke about the what to do. That's why the how is difficult. The how is difficult because the first part of the how is I've got to be willing to pay my tuition. And the tuition fee for this place of leadership is isolation. The tuition fee for this place of leadership is being misunderstood. The tuition fee for this place of leadership is being maligned, lied about, spoken about, and still loving those people enough to lead them as well.
Yes, indeed. Loving them enough to lead them as well. And so your fearless leader of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, that's the only place I can claim leadership to. So anybody who get upset because I'm here the term fearless leader, you need to calm down. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Only place I'm the fearless leader, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And that organization is putting on the protest in New York Friday, August the 30th. And for all of the ambassadors, for all of the well-wishers, for all of the people who call and provide us with sustenance, with encouragement, you know, with inspiration. I want to play this video for you before we move to the next segment. Here is the video. There we go. Everything will be all right. Yes, folks. Roots Rider out of Holland. Yeah. We are get together and make everything nice because in it go, them can't stop it. And as like Jeffrey said, the more tired person will face, them can't get you out of the race. But go ahead, Kevin.
1 second, Mr. Rattigan, hold on. 1 second. I saw a comment in the chat just now. So someone saying they don't have Zelle, they don't have Cash App, they love Jamaica, they want to contribute to the movement. Prezi, if you could address that for me, please. Ways to contribute to the
Oh
foundation.
yeah. No, absolutely. They don't have Zelle, they don't have Cash App. It depends on where you're coming from, but they can just go over to the website. It's very easy. Once you go to the website, you at the top of the page there should be a donate button. You click on donate, and then it will take you to a link that says donate online. You click on that. As long as you have internet connection, you just fill in the data and submit it, and then that donation will be, you'll get an email stating the amount you give and the name of the foundation, and then that funds they'll deduct the necessary fees and transfer the rest to us. So that's a very easy way. Once you have a card, yeah, it's very, very easy. Just hop on over to ojldf.net and ojldf.net, and then click at the top green button, donate. It will bring you to the page, and you'll see a link that says click here to donate. And then once you do that, you can donate online.
Let me just say, Kevin Fragrant further. Big up Megawatt from New Lots, my place. But there's a gentleman in the chat who have a big up, Russell Trower. Russell is listening to us all the way from Angola. He's listening to us. Russell, big up yourself. Big up yourself, Russell. And big up the family too. All right. Prezi, I saw you with what do you call it?
Yes, a water bottle. OJLDF water bottle.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Yes, this is available on the website. This is my protest water bottle. So coming to there, you can go to the website, ojldf.net, click shop, or the jldf.net, and order your water bottle. The good thing about it, you can customize it to put your name on it. You can, do all kind of cute little things on it. It comes with the logo. You can get T-shirts and other things. And the way this works, ladies and gentlemen, this is done by a third-party vendor on our behalf. So you do everything. Once you click on the link and you process everything, it's shipped to you, and they process everything just right there on the site. You don't have to worry about anything. If you want to customize it and add your name, you have to pay attention. There's an option that says customize. So if you want to put your name, I didn't put the name on mine, but this one with the logo is nice. And it's my little water bottle. Just to give a full review, and this is one of the reasons why we order some for ourselves, just to see if it's good. It does keep it cold for a couple hours. It do sweat. This particular model do sweat on the outside. So if you're looking for something that's insulated, this is not fully insulated. It is nice. I got the platinum looking one. They have the white version for the water bottle, like you can see on the website. But I really like this one. It looks neat. And then the T-shirts and the other shirts, you'll see us wearing those soon. But hop on over to the website, order it. It's seamless. After a couple clicks, they ship it to you. And mine come in a little gift bag. If you just choose that you want to have it in a little gift bag, then it will come in a little gift packet. So yeah, this is it. You got to get yours to New York. New York hot in the summer. So take a sip for you.
The producer, hold my feet to the fire. And said, no, it's just you have to move on with the program, because you have to get the guests. And Kevin, she said, don't forget Kevin Stew. That's ice. All right. I don't know if Dervin is here with us yet, but let me just say, last week, Dervin, calling Dervin. Let me add him right there, so see if him come on. But we wait for Dervin. While we wait for Dervin. There he is. Let me just say, before our president introduce you, let me just say, last week we had an impressive panel that discussed the issues facing the education system in Jamaica, particularly the mass exodus of our teachers to greener pastures. And we actually heard from a teacher who, she's here in the United States, and she explained why she had to leave. Now, this week we will continue to keep the spotlight on the issue. And we have none other than Dervin Cochran. But I'll have Prez, if you want to do the honors, and welcome Dervin to the program. He's no stranger anyway, but go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, as Will said, Dervin is no stranger to this program. One of Jamaica's brightest and best minds. And as he's growing and excelling, this young man have amassed a lot of data as it relates to the issue of teachers and the institution, the education system in Jamaica. And ladies and gentlemen, our future star, the brilliant, talented Mr. Dervin Cochran, everybody.
So Dervin was able to join us last week. We had an impressive panel with Richard James, and somebody saying he should be a staple, and Loxley, he is. But today we have Dervin is going to present. He's going to present it from a slightly different angle, and I want everyone to pay attention because this is a critical problem for Jamaica. School will open in a few weeks, and Dervin is going to tell you why it is looking bleaker and bleaker and bleaker, and we're not quite sure what's going to happen. So Dervin, without further ado, the floor is yours, my brother.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone on this platform. Well, I am going to present to you something that may be shocking for many. Please, if possible, please don't let it reach to the point that you have a heart attack. Please don't. I'm just outlining the facts of what is beleaguering our education system. Let me put it into context. Jamaica's education system started under the colonial import, meaning that it came all the way from the UK or England, as we know of sort. And it is through the development of this education system that through slavery, schools were being built. And those schools at first were built for the planters' children. And then as soon as we are progressing closer and closer to the end of slavery, more schools have been established. One of those schools were, well, not one. There are many schools. So let me not single out one. But there are many schools that were built during the 1700s and the 1800s especially for children of slaves or former slaves. And hence, that is how our education system has come about. Unfortunately, over the years, we have our education system has been under attack by the disease called corruption. And hence, this presentation, I hope I can finish all of it in this one thing because a whole lot that you understand intimately how corruption impacts on the education system and how important, not only for persons in Jamaica, well-thinking persons of Jamaica, to be active and hold our representatives, our political representatives and ministers of government, including Minister of Education and those ministers of government, to book as it relates to the education. So right now, I'm going to present, if I have sharing privileges, I'm assuming I have sharing privileges.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it says browser can't access my screen. Try capturing a different screen to see if it continues. I'm not sure what is happening, Mr. Rattigan.
Which one? We have one of the teacher attrition.
No. What I'm saying, I'm trying to present my slides, but I'm not sure why is it not presenting here. I see present here and I clicked on shared screen. And when I'm trying to share my thing, it is saying that browser
Kevin,
can't
where you
access.
there, Andrew? Andrea said, Kevin.
Wow.
Kevin, where you there? Move the what's this sign here, this dollar, this QR code here, Kevin. I'll come back.
All right. All right. In the meantime,
You're
let me
talking
just-
the corruption one you want to share with the sorry, this the
no, you
slide.
have I want to share the corruption aspect of it. I'll let you know when I can segue into that part to show the connection with the teacher attrition and the corruption in the education sector. But it's a corruption one I'm trying to present, and it is a problem, and I'm not sure why. Oh Lord.
Keep going. Kevin will join us shortly.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we in Jamaica, our teacher cohort is supposed to be 25,000 strong. We need that cadre number of teachers in order to have a fully functioning education system. And our system right now is under great threat due to not only to corruption but to teacher attrition. And as you can see, I'm going to give a small quote by Graham Kaufman, 98. And they stated that, as it relates to corruption, suggested that in the short term, corruption may speed up the bureaucratic process, therefore functioning as oil in the system, while in the longer term, corruption functions as sand, since it raises unnecessary transaction costs and leads to inefficient economic outcomes. And this quote is very profound because this perfectly sums up corruption in Jamaica. And it is a corruption in Jamaica that has an impact on not only the country's GDP, but also the human resources of the nation to help build this country. And since our government has crafted Vision 2030, it is basically under threat due to this malady called corruption. Now, Jamaica's long dance with corruption has been very long. And Jamaica's political scandals and public trust have eroded over the years. Since 2018, Jamaica has been plagued by political scandals affecting two ministries. It has evolved from two ministries to three now. The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and now the Office of the Prime Minister, which according to Madam Pamela Monroe Ellis, in her report, those three ministries are now being reported to have a loss of $1.7 trillion. All of those monies that have gone unaccounted for. And it is the first time in Jamaica's history that the Office of the Prime Minister has been involved with monies being unaccounted for. So it is a very shocking thing. Also in 2018, the Science and Energy and Technology Ministry was linked to corruption claims, particularly in the Petrojam scandal. And we know about that already. The Ruel Reid, Minister of Education, Youth and Information, had to resign in March of, I think it's last year or the year before, amid allegations of corruption and misuse of public funds. But look, try to turn back now to 30 years. Only one government minister has been imprisoned for misusing public resources. And this public minister, this public figure, was none other than J.A.G. Smith. And he was a JLP minister. And under the PNP, when Madam Portia Simpson Miller, or former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who was the Minister of Social Security at the time, carried out the process of having him being prosecuted, and he had to serve some jail time. So ever since then, there was no more accounts of any other minister being locked up for any documented information of corruption and misuse of public funds. Now, Professor Trevor Monroe, brilliant mind, one of the best, one of Jamaica's best, son of the soil and in academia, who is now the head of the National Integrity Action Limited. They claim that proper application of governance principle of individual ministerial responsibility has resulted in ministerial resignations. He advocates for convictions based on evidence, citing poor probes and lack of prosecutions after resignations. He also further postulated that the importance of reversing the deterioration in public trust and instilling public confidence that politically connected individuals will face prison time. And this was from the article, 30 Years of Political Scandals Lacking Adequate Accountability in Corruption Allegations Eroding Public Trust, from the NIA document that was published in 2019. Now, we are going to present now Jamaican government officials who have resigned under the hubris of corruption. Horace Clark, Minister of Mining and Energy, resigned in 1991 when the Shell Company West Indies waived duties of worth 29.5 million. But his name is Horace Clark. I wonder if he's related to our current minister, Nigel Clark. I'm not sure, but it would be very interesting. In 2001, Errol Ennis, Minister of State and the Minister of Finance, resigned due to a bounced check. In 2002, Dr. Clark Blythe resigned as Minister of Water and Housing after a report said he acted improperly as a minister in charge of the Operation Pride Initiative. 2006, Colin Campbell, Minister of Information and Development, resigned from both the Cabinet and the People's National Party. In 2007, Carl Spencer, Minister of Science and Technology, resigned as Parliamentary Secretary due to concerns over the Cuban light bulb plan. Where was I? Yes. Dr. Andrew Wheatley, Minister of Science and Energy and Technology, resigned in 2018 following problems at the state-run businesses Petrojam, Jamaica, and the National Energy Solutions Limited, known as NESOL. In 2019, the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, Roy Reid, was compelled to resign due to allegations of corruption and mismanagement of public monies. Now, we can see that how extensive Jamaica has been, what should I say, acclimatized to the litany of scandals and corruption that has permeated the public, has permeated the Jamaican government and in the public service. One must also remember, when you're a minister of government or a technocrat or whatever, you must remember that the monies that are given to you are public monies. The only monies you can misappropriate is your own money that you are paid in your pocket. Always remember that public money is public money. You leave it alone. The money that you get in your pocket, you can do whatever you want to do with it. You can misappropriate all you want with it because it's your money, it's your private property. But the public money is public property, which must be accounted for. Now, we're going to look at the education's role in promoting inclusive economic growth. And it is important to note that without education, we cannot have a positive economic growth. And in order to have a healthy, growing economy, it is imperative that there has to be a lot of investment in education. There must be a focus, a streamlined focus in education. So over the years and I must say, well, people don't understand that every time when there's a budgetary presentation, when the Minister of Finance, and this is going not only from this administration, but previous administrations going back, you always hear you're getting a Ministry of Education is getting a raise of X billions of dollars. But unfortunately, people don't realize that when you get an increase in another fiscal year, that raise is due to inflation. Inflation eats our money's value. So if you get $20 million in year one, and the next year it jumps up to $25 million, technically, it is kind of the same like last year, but it's due to inflation and the inflationary pressures on our economy that you're getting the money, but it's technically the same. So when people are jumping up, we're getting more money on this and that and this and that, take into consideration the inflation. And we have a serious problem as it relates to inflation. Even though the Bank of Jamaica, big up the Bank of Jamaica, they are doing their best to try to keep inflation at a level, but we must keep that in mind. When the Minister of Government is talking about you're getting a raise of X billions of dollars, no, it's trying to cushion the inflation so you can keep the government ministries, including Ministry of Education, going as sorts. Now, education is a key policy tool for promoting inclusive economic growth. Now, according to the academics Stiglitz and Rajan, they argue that education is the only asset every poor person owns, inalienable, and less susceptible to expropriation. Many developing countries have invested heavily in policies such as free universal schooling, scholarship for girls, free books, midday meals to reduce educational and income inequality. But for that to be how should I say now, come into existence, remember many of these countries, including Jamaica, are signed to human rights laws and convention. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, it has the article that speaks about universal schooling for children. Also to empower girls and women. So we have to understand now that even though the policies are emanating from the government has to implement these policies, because from international legal level, international law, international legal level, once there are treaties countries like Jamaica are signed to, it has to be subsumed into our local legislation through our laws and policies. Let me give you an example. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and from that convention, our government had to subsume it into our local context. Hence, we have the Child Care and Protection Act. Another example, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is the same thing. We have to subsume it into our local legislation, and we have it as the Disabilities Act of 2014. So I hope all of you are understanding how geopolitics and international conventions are working to assist in promoting inclusive economic growth through in education. Many developing yes, I stated that already. However, these policies do not account for the effects of corruption in schools in our developing countries. Jamaica is a developing country, as many of our brothers and sister countries in the CARICOM. We are developing nations. But we are going to speak in our local context here, Jamaica, because this is what I know. This is what many of us know. So we know about our experience here in Jamaica. I know that there are others. Hello?
Oh. We're here. We're hearing you.
Okay.
And
so I know that
your slides right here. So just guide us along as we go.
Oh, you post it, Mr. Kevin. Okay. I am. All right, let me just go back to my slide presentation here. I am at slide 8.
That's what is up.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, man, I got you.
All right. But since it is so small from where I'm looking, I have to go look at my slide at the same time. But you just follow me as we go along. You know, Mr. Kevin?
Yes, man. I'm with you. Lead the way.
All right, sir. Hence, okay. Now, on the next slide, now we are speaking on equality educational opportunity promotes growth and social mobility. This is coming from the article of Rattigan et al., which is an academic who wrote one of those research articles. Meritocratic educational system rewards ability, not family income. Hence, I'm going back to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child that speaks on education for all children. And also, people don't realize that the mantra from the Ministry of Education, every child can learn, every child must learn. It is coming from one of the UN treaties for children. I don't remember the name of the treaty right now, but it is that treaty that at the time, the Minister of Government who presided over it was the Venerable Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson. And I'm proud to say that Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson was one of my lecturers when I went on my postgraduate sojourn. So we always have a lot of reasoning about that, including Prof. Thompson, Prof. Hutton, etc. But yes, I had to put that in. So now, let us look further now in the corruption in schools in developing countries. And these are examples of schools which are similar to Jamaica. Bangladesh, about half of the households reported. Oh, I'm getting a little interference, Sir Kevin. I'm not sure what is going on. I'm getting some interference. Sir Kevin, are you hearing me?
You're getting some feedback? I think we're all muted.
Oh, I don't know what is going on. Okay, all right. Let me continue. Hope it will resolve on its own. Okay. Bangladesh stated that half of the households reported paying bribes for children's education. In 7 African countries, there are 44% of parents who had to pay illegal fees to send their children to schools. Briberies rife in school admissions in China. Even though I would not call China a developing country. China is really another first world country, but I don't know why they call it developing country by the academics. I don't know why. With a front row seats for sale, and looking at the global corruption import, corruption acts as an added tax on the poor. I hope everybody is seeing the similarity here in Jamaica. The corruption added tax on the poor who are frequently triggered by the demands for bribes, particularly when they are trying to access basic services like education. Now we're going to look at the reality of corruption models. And there are various corruption models that was developed, that has been banded in academia, who are studying, academics who are studying corruption in various spheres, which also includes education. The standard model for corruption predicts that the rich are more likely to pay bribes, reflecting higher ability to pay. So you see that aspect of it, the rich pay the bribes for education. Let me just bring it down to the local context. All right. And this is just an example. This is just hypothetical. This is not true on a particular instance. I'm just giving an example, people. So please do not run away with it and think that this is so. I'm just giving an example, a hypothetical one, that is. All right. If you have a school that is highly endowed, let us say like a Campion College, right? And the brightest of the bright students are going. And you have a poor child that has excelled to go to that very same school. But because a rich man in Jamaica, let me just call him a name now.
Richie Richman.
Yeah, Richie, thank you very much, sir. Richie Richman. And he has a son called Richie Rich Jr. But Richie Rich Jr. never performed well academically. So Richie Rich Sr. go to the school and say, I want my son to get in the school, and I will pay you X amount of dollars. And who is going to? Probably the principal or maybe the board chairman. And pay him that money to get his son into the school. Thus squeezing out poor people pitney. The child which I will call poor boy or poor girl X. Who has worked so hard, But yet Richie Rich Senior pushing Richie Rich Junior because him a rich one and the rich children goes to that school. So his child has to be at that school. So now you have if you are the education administrator now, the principal, you are in a dilemma. So you have a space for this child, poor child X, but Richie Rich paying you X amount of money. But because that principal probably a person is corrupt, so take the money and just squeeze out poor child X. This is to show you, to illustrate how the rich pay bribes to push to usher their children into an institution. And this is a worldwide phenomenon, This that only happens in Jamaica. Because in America, I don't know if you remember this big scandal at I think it's Harvard or one of those big universities, where Hollywood stars and rich tycoons bribe to get their children into those elite institutions. So now, let us go further here now. A more realistic model suggests that the probability of punishment for bribe taken by a teacher depends on the household's economic status. Because if you're in Jamaica, we have a classist society here. You have the rich, you have the haves and the have-nots, the rich and the poor. And you know that the big tapanaris in society, when they do certain wrongs, it's like many of them get a slap on the wrist. But for a little poor man, when he get catch, he get juke hard. For example, a little man who stole some akis on the premises of the Governor General's property. We don't look at the factor that probably he's poor, and he's trying to feed his children and these things, but yet he gets a heavy slap. But yet you have somebody who is a banking officer from NCB who got a slap on the wrist and it's everybody knows about this woman down St. Ann. Stole about over 75 million, and yet she gets a slap on the wrist. But yet the man with thief and the governor general property probably get more than what she get. That is to show you corruption. And something is fundamentally wrong with justice here in Jamaica. Because if your thief Aki, it's disproportionate to what the person who has stolen $70 million and once they spend that person spends that year in prison can walk scot-free and like nothing happened. That's the bleak reality here in Jamaica. A study found that corruption in schools in Bangladesh is doubly regressive within the poor, likely to pay bribes and paying higher share of their income. So now we have to understand corruption. And here corruption is defined now. It is derived from the Latin word corruptio, means moral decay, wicked behavior, putridity, or rottenness. Let's go again. It is derived from the Latin word corruptio, meaning moral decay, wicked behavior, putridity, and rottenness. So it is defined as a lack of cleanliness and purpose as a social decomposition. It's defined as not adhering to accepted standards of behavior, displaying moral impairment, and engaging in improper conduct. So it is popularly known, corruption is the misuse of public office. So we all know that because we are in Jamaica, we have seen it. I have given you a litany of data concerning that earlier on, which can be documented, which is documented, and you can do your research and you see for yourself. So, violation of legal boundaries between public positions and personal interests, and dishonest or criminal activity committed by important individuals for personal benefits. So now, corruption, origins and its definitions. Corruption is seen as a result of the gap between state morality and individual understanding. So, another definition that corruption is defined as the abuse of entrusted power. Let that sink in. An abuse of entrusted power, often facilitated by a system of informal relations. Let that sink in, let that permeate through your mind for you to understand corruption. Because I'm going to go further now, and we're going to go deep into how corruption, how it impacts on the education system. Hopefully, after when this presentation is done, you will understand and realize that everybody in Jamaica and the diaspora needs to rise up and tell our leaders we need accountability, because it is almost tantamount to life and death. You know how detrimental someone who is uneducated and due to corruption in the education sector have left them stranded, and that affects another generation after them and another generation. You wonder if it's a generational curse. That is the impact. We also have to look at the culture as a key factor in understanding corruption, with the economic systems playing a significant role. Education, despite being free, is expensive for poor families due to private tuition provided by teachers after school hours. We call that extra classes, people. We call that extra lessons. So the question is, why do we have some in the education sector putting on extra classes? There are factors. One, when you have a classroom with over 50 odd students, and one teacher to teach 50 odd students. Not all students will be able to grasp the concept during the pedagogical process when you have a class of 50 odd students. Hence, the teacher created extra class, which also works as another benefit for the teacher because the teacher gets an extra income because teachers are poorly paid. They are poorly paid. So let me just pause from here. So, Mr. Kevin, I'm just hitting here before I go back to the presentation. Can you bring up the teacher attrition thing for me, please, sir?
Rebel, that's your call.
All right. Let's go to the first slide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from my vantage point, being a doctoral student in the program of educational planning and development, which also includes policy development, a part of educational planning, we have to calculate attrition of not only students but also of teachers and those things. And we have a formula that we use in the process, right? As you can see, in 2022, we had an exodus of teachers. But let me put it further into context. In 2020, we had a pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, in which we had a cadre of teachers, a strong cadre of teachers of 25,000 teachers. And it is that 25,000 teachers is what you need at least for you to have a fairly healthy and functioning education system. In 2022, as you can see, we had an attrition rate of 1.7%. 1.7%. That is about 400 teachers who have left the system. And I wonder if people realize that in 2022, they took up those employment opportunities because there were opportunities in the US especially. And people, please do not be fooled. And the attrition is going to get worse. In all 50 states in the United States of America, they are in serious deficit of teachers. The crisis is still on. In the UK, there is also a crisis of teacher attrition also. So our teachers are in high demand, especially in the STEM fields and also in special education. So, and let us look at 2023. We have a significant jump of 3.6% attrition rate of the teachers. Let me remind you, this is the year when the JTA and the Ministry of Finance had that salary negotiation, which was concluded. And it is in this year where you see the significant jump of 3.6%. That is about 800 teachers, over 800 teachers who have left the system. Let that sink in. So the question is, why so many teachers have left? From my professor, Professor Thompson has done extensive research on it. I think Mr. Rattigan has presented that the field where the incentives that would encourage teachers to remain in Jamaica. One of them is improved salaries, which got the highest. Secondly, more resources for teaching, affordable housing, improved discipline in schools, better working conditions, better leadership and management, and a safe society. Improved salaries. And I have some hard questions for the JTA, because you say, uno in a JTA, uno know yourselves. You have all work to give Jamaicans are 6 for a 9. And I'm calling you out. I have to big up 2 former JTA presidents, Mr. Owen Speed with no apologies and Miss Lasagna Harris with no apologies. They were true advocates for teachers in recent years. And during this time of 2023, Madam Lasagna Harris, former JTA president, refused to sign. She ran out of the signing. But who signed it? The president-elect, the current JTA president, Mr. Leighton Johnson, whatever his name is. Let me just go back and find. Yes, Mr. Leighton Johnson. There's some information that came to me, so I'm going to ask a few questions to JTA. JTA, is it true that there was a cabal within the JTA resisting Miss Lasagna Harris in her fight for fair compensation for the teachers?
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Durban, I think
sir.
you have another device on that's close to you. Do you?
No, I just only have my microphone here.
Okay, because we're still getting that feedback, and all of us were muted, and we're still getting it. So I don't know. Maybe if you could just focus on the certain answer. I know I'm still hearing it. Let me go back. Yeah, let me go back and mute.
All right, can you still hear the interference now?
No.
Can you hear it, sir? Can anybody hear the interference? Oh, it's okay. Hope it's resolved. Let me ask that question again. Is it true that there is a cabal within the JTA? I'm asking you, Mr. Leighton Johnson and the others. And another question. Was that cabal aligned to the present government to be used to undermine the efforts of Miss Lasagna Harrison, who stridently advocated for improved wages of teachers? And
Before
if so,
do you need to chart up? Do you need the teacher attrition rate chart up still?
No, it's yes, sir, because I'm giving context with those questions.
Oh, all right, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Who are those members of this cabal? Is another question. And I need to ask another question. Was a member of that cabal promised a principal position of a particular teacher's college in the corporate area on the condition that that person worked to influence the teachers to accept the new proposed wage package? Another question. Was that member of the cabal qualified for that position in the first place? And if so, can that cabal member explain why was there a significant pushback by the stakeholders of that teacher training institution in not accepting that particular person for that position? So right now I'm just showing. So this question here goes back to the point that I stated in your previous show, Mr. Rattigan, and especially during your conference, diaspora conference, of the two legal judicial precedences, the Pataswami case and the Limpopo case, which laid down the edict that no political person should interfere with the teacher, with the appointment of principals. And this political creature, whether you are a minister of government, an MP, a councillor, or if you are you're a member of a particular political party. Okay. And another question, who was that politician who was pushing for that member of that cabal to get the principal position at that particular teacher's college? So I wonder if you don't understand on real why Mrs. Lasagna Harrison has gone about to sue the JTA. Because from what I have read in the newspaper, which outlined Mrs. Lasagna Harrison suing the JTA for improper elections, right? The breaking of the constitution of the JTA in order for them to accept this new wage offer. And let me tell you something now. You have those people. And right now, a lot of teachers now, you know, because they say how the government works, they put up all they wrap up all of your benefits that you would get, like your software allowance, book allowance, all of those allowance along with your salary, and tax everything. Tax everything. And we wonder why we have a high attrition rate of teachers. Because the teachers, the math is not mathing up. And those who have assisted to quote unquote bamboozle the membership to accept the salary wage, and then little bit after, boom, 300% increase for parliamentarians. Where the money they come from? That should have indicated to you that money did there. Money did there. But Mr. Nigel Clark hold it back and just give you this a little chupans there. So everybody pocket now, nice. And we still have, and did you know that some public sector groups are still have problems in their salary negotiations? Some of the civil service. Now look at 2024. We have a further jump of 5.2% attrition rate. Right? 5.2 attrition rate. That is nearly that is over 1,000 teachers who have left in 2024. Mr. Rattigan or Mr. Kevin, just move to the projection graph for me, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a formula to do a projection of further attrition rates. Hence, it is placed on this graph. You see in the middle here, you see that little green graph between two orange lines. This is what we are projected. Well, I have projected because given the data that is out there in terms of teacher attrition, the forecast, we will have a further jump of 6.99%. Call it about 7%. 7% increase. It could be a plus or minus in terms of it could go up to about 7.16% of teachers leaving the system. That is next year now. This is an election year, 2025. Okay? Or it could be at the lower end of 6.82% attrition rate next year. So as you can see from this forecast attrition rate graph, we're going higher. The attrition rate is going higher, and it's going to get worse. So over the years now, if by the time we reach 2025, we would have almost a cumulative attrition rate of nearly 5,000 teachers from the system. Remember, I told you that we need 25,000 teachers for us to have a healthily functioning education system. Over the years, it has been whittling down. So, hence now, I know I am seeing why the Ministry of Education has not come out with the statistics and have not given further updates as to why we haven't seen any more attrition rate of the teachers since the last time. But JTA has sounded the warning to them, earlier in the year, that the attrition rate starts getting worse. So now, I am just bolstering the point of the JTA, who have been screaming in the wilderness that there's a crisis. So now I can understand why the ministry has not come out on it, because it is chronic. So if you take out nearly 5,000 from the 25, how much teachers we got? Estimated 20,000 teachers. And remember, in the teachers' colleges, the current cadre of students that we have there, especially in the final year, they are being bombarded by the recruiters. So instead of, there was a time when you used to have, you must have an X number of years of experience, like 2-3 years of experience. No, as soon as you get your qualification, you're gone. Because those new teachers, they are not staying in the system for long. They just come in, just bounce until, wait until them papers start out and then gone. When Senator Damian Crawford stated that in order to keep the teachers, you must give them a livable wage of a little bit over 500,000, he was right. But yet, you are giving counselors, one of them is mayor in a St. Thomas, a complete dunce, who can't read, can't write. $6 million a year. That is over a little bit over $500,000. But yet teachers who have gone to teachers' college, get them student loans and everything, make sure so they go through the rudiments of school from basic school all the way up. They're able to they're able to command less than what a counselor is getting. Isn't that something wrong? And some of these counselors can't read and can't write. Let us look at the other example of another counselor in Old Harbor. And we have another counselor, and we have another maybe former mayor, I don't know if he's still mayor, who couldn't do maths properly. But yet they are being paid more than the teachers. And I'm going to show you another thing. And it's for those who, and I'm going to whip people at the JTA again. Because we don't realize, so what is going on here? When you don't realize that you not got a 6 for a 9. Because the principals, because remember the JTA, most of the JTA presidents are principals. Right? And those selfish cabals in the JTA who wanted the teachers to get the little 20% increase while they get the big work, they don't realize that they might get less than what they should be getting. A typical principal should have been getting between $19 million and $24 million per annum. They should have been getting almost double. So you're selfish. You're being selfish and don't want your teachers to also get at least $6 million a year, because that is equated to about $500,000 per each teacher per month, whatever. You have been able being bamboozled. That divide and conquer type of tactic was used by the government. So those on the upper top get the big work, those at the bottom get the little crumbs. And that was the divide and rule tactic that is happening in the JTA. I hope you guys are understanding what is going on here now. So, and let me just also add along the list of, yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Let me break it up and ask you a question.
Yes.
Last week we heard from the 3 educators, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of them made it abundantly clear that one of her accusing fingers of blame, or accusatory finger of blame, was pointed at the JTF.
Right.
JTA.
Yes.
I think our good friend Richard called it just talk anything, something like that. I think he referred to it as. But they pointed the tweet and said that that group was not representing the teachers. What are your views on that? Did you find in your research and your studies, anecdotally or otherwise, that to be the case?
Yes, overwhelmingly. Overwhelmingly. A lot of the persons who I've talked to, including friends of mine, after the salary negotiation of 20%, a lot of them were a part of the big wave of persons who are cancelling their membership till it reached a point, till Dr. Mark Nicely, Secretary General of the JTA, intervened and blocked many other persons who wanted to leave. So it was that bad. The selfishness of the few. Because let me tell you something. You know that you have an association for principals? That is an association by itself, you know. Remember, JTA is Jamaica Teachers Association. Yes, we know principals. It's just like in the police force. You have the Police Officers Association, you know. And that starts from for you to join that association, you have to be an inspector. That's a khaki suit going all the way up to the Commissioner of Police. They have their own association. And then you have the Jamaica Police Federation, which is the rank and file members. So let's juxtapose it and look at the education sector now. Jamaica Teachers Association is for the rank and file teachers. But you have the Principals Association, which is for the quote-unquote officers. It's similar to the Police Officers Association. But it has been hijacked. And I'm not lambasting all principals who were JTA presidents. No. Because as I said before, and I said with no apologies, big up to Mr. Owen Speed and Miss Lasagna Harrison. They are some of the two best JTA presidents in recent time. And I say it with no apologies. If anybody want to cuss, go kick rocks and go kill yourself.
You know, as you talk about Mr. Speed, let me just show something here. Here is Mr. Is him? Hold on one second. Let me do a little thing so that people can see who you're talking about and hear what he has to say. Here is, I think this is a gentleman. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on. Okay, here he is.
Yeah, Tuckers, I did a little bit of research.
Is that him?
Yes, sir. That's him. Big up yourself, Mr. Speed. I know that you are in the Carolinas. Big up yourself wherever they are. I hope you're watching this.
All right, here we go.
Tuckers, I did a little bit of research not too long ago and found out that 80% of children in Ghana lack basic literacy and numeracy skills. Now, this is a country that Jamaica wants to take teachers from. And guess what is the main issue? It says here, and I'm reading it, a particularly negative issue is the poor delivery of education across the nation, impacting mostly public schools in rural areas. But it is widespread across the nation in Ghana that almost 80% of their kids lack basic literacy and numeracy skills. Now, tell me, Madam Minister of Education, did you do any research to find out what is the quality of teaching and the teachers that you are going to import from Ghana?
All right, that's a gentleman.
Oh, yes. The man himself, Mr. Speed. Right? Remember, Mr. Rattigan. By next year, we have nearly 5,000 teachers leaving the system. How many teachers have they recruited from Ghana and other places to replace those teachers coming September? The ministry needs to give us the actual numbers. They need to give us the actual numbers of teachers that they are going to outfit. And Mr. Speed did his research and put on a TikTok video and exposed it. So you are going. So people are being backward now. So we have well-trained teachers here who has gone through the rigors, and instead of you the government said, Lord Jesus, we have to reel and come again with this negotiation with them teachers because we need to keep them. You are saying you're going overseas. But then again, let me ask you something now. Those teachers we are recruiting, how many of them are off with the culture here in Jamaica? How of them are off with our language, patois, and the various lingos that we have that are popping up every minute for you to understand them? I remember in my high school, we had a teacher, a Spanish teacher from Cuba. God bless his soul. I don't know if he's still alive. His name is Mr. Rexo. And he would tell us in his Spanish accent that we must stay focused. But the way how his accent sounded, it sounded like the F word. F us. You must F us. That's how it sounds. Till he got so much in our colloquial term, he get so much card in and say, yo, you my big fish, blah, 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 blah. You understand? But poor Mr. Rexo, as I said, he's a Cuban, you know. Wherever you are, Mr. Rexo, God bless you, sir. We love you as a teacher. But as I said, these teachers are coming and their accents, and especially when we have poor children, poor people picking who can't read or write, are they going to understand what you're saying correctly? You see, for us who were in high school, we were in one of the top high schools, you know, the Calabars, the Cases, and this. But I will not name this my high school, right? And we understood what he was saying, but we just made a joke out of him for that. So we have to look at that, and what are the standards in those countries? Because if Mr. Owen Speed is saying that about Ghana, what is going on there? And you know that there have always been allegations internationally, and it's not for all African countries, and I'm not singling out any, that there have been a diploma mill type of thing going on. As I said, it's not in all universities in Africa. Not all, but that has been a perennial problem, especially in Africa. And I know that even though the governments are trying to stomp it out, it is kind of problematic there. As I said, I'm not singling out any African country, but it is well known. You can do your research on it.
Another question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm getting this question as a text. The person who's a dear friend of the program, ardent supporter, said, is Mr. Cochran expecting a response to the question he has asked? And does he know the answers to the questions he has posed?
I know the questions. I know the answers to those questions, you know, but it would be good for them to come out. I'm just saying, because see, I'm asking the questions, and it would be good to know. And I don't want to believe that what I have seen is really true, but it would be in their best interest to answer every last one of them, whether to confirm, affirm, or deny. That's all.
Yes,
I do have some questions for you, Dervin. Now, one of the things that I've been looking into as it relates to the attrition rate is the whole issue of school safety.
Right.
Now, I was doing a little bit of research on bullying and children bringing weapons to school to Jamaica, because a lot of times we're talking about one aspect of the coin, but the coin definitely, have two sides. So as it relates to incidents of violence, bullying, and all the issue of weapons being brought to school, we're seeing approximately 65% of students in Jamaica say that they have experienced bullying. And we've seen those social media videos with the fighting, the way children are disrespectful to teacher.
Mm-hmm.
How would you address the issue of this type of social decline as it relates to students, their mannerism? How is that contributing to the attrition rate and this mass exodus of teachers from the country?
All right. Besides policies coming from the ministry that are sometimes in conflict with values of schools and teachers, there have to be a comprehensive, or should I say, collective. What I'm trying to get the term in. Trying to get this term, you know. All right, basically reaching out to the stakeholders and have a serious sit down. This is just like how the government has this constitution thing going around Jamaica, getting views from the stakeholders on what to put in the constitution and debate about this. That's what is needed. Because you have some policies, you know, that have left many teachers saying that, you know what, them have all the rights, them are winner and teacher and all the rights. And if teachers do whatever, then now get support from the ministry. It's all about the children. So the children do what they want to do, and those, but that can also boil down to another aspect which Professor Thompson outlined: leadership and management. Remember, Mr. President and the panel, remember on previous episodes of Mr. Rattigan, I spoke about incompetent people being placed in leadership positions at our schools. You remember that conversation?
Yeah.
All right. Remember, I stated again from the last time, due to political interference in appointing principals, political hacks in those positions, and many of them are unfortunately not qualified. I have heard of cases of principals being appointed to schools with just a bachelor's degree and don't have a master's in education, administration, leadership, or educational leadership. So if you remember, say education have various specialities. So if you go appoint a teacher who is like a social studies teacher but don't have the background in educational leadership and management, how you expect the school to run properly? I know that the government has put in this program called NCEL. But in my humble view, I know persons who are more effective with having their masters in education, administration, and educational leadership, and with the NCEL qualification, who are better principals than those who have degrees in other subject areas other than leadership and administration and just have the NCEL qualification. I know of a particular principal, but I'm not calling his name. He has his PQP. And he's a political hack, you know, of a certain institution in the western side of Jamaica. And a friend of mine who was working there, and she has a master's in education administration, like me too, you know, and she called me one night and told me of the trepidation of the madness from this gentleman. This man was going to get rid of her. She was away on family business in the summer holiday, starting out family business. And you know, flights are delayed. We cannot stop that. And she sent notification to the HR of that institution to let the principal know that she not be able to attend the meeting at that particular time because her flight is being delayed in the US. So she is asking for some reprieve and apologies for that. Finally, she came back to assume her duties. And this man, he did not follow the educational regulations. So my friend lit him up royally and outlined the provisions of the educational regulations, how you to remove teachers, you cannot remove her because of that. And I agree with her. But that is the problem that we have. We have political hacks. And we don't have the highly qualified persons to commandeer our schools. And we wonder why our education is in the SH hole, as Donald Trump would call certain countries, SH hole that we are in. And I say it with no apologies. And that needs to stop. But also, Mark, you may have a flip side to it. You have some people who may be born leaders and are effective. And I'm not disputing that. God bless them, but not everybody are born leaders. Are born with the necessary intrinsic characteristics of a leader. Many of us have to be trained to become leaders. So that is another problem why teachers are leaving. But
so bullying. So just to get it, you're saying bullying and violence in terms of weapons, students bringing weapons to school, is it contributing to the?
No, it contributes to it, you know. But what I am saying, Mr. President, is this: that the policies that many, and I'm not just speaking from anecdotal, from many of my friends and colleagues in the system, they all complain that certain policies that are emanating from the ministry, it basically stripped the teachers of their rights. I don't know why they think of that, but majority of the time they are saying that the ministry don't support them. There's no support. And as I said, working conditions are poor in many of our schools. As I said, there are some schools that are chichi infested, rat infested. You know that kind of disaster where. But thankfully, God bless Beryl. Beryl has basically come to expose everything that is wrong with the education system. So thankfully, some of those schools which were chichi infested can now finally be rehabilitated. Blow off the roofs them and, mash it down and thing. Because many of the infrastructure the government say they never had no money, but them now have to find the money.
Let me take a little break there and welcome our brother who is in a travel status, ISAT, because I mean this is remarkable because he's on business and he has seen it fit to at least grace us with his presence. And,
I don't want Dervin take my co-hosting duties in us and just come to make sure that I secure my spot because I know the slots are very hot on this show and I know I have to be going around other platforms cursing you, so I just.
But remember, say you have your thing called Context Matters. Remember, I don't have a YouTube
Context
show.
Matters, but I'm here on the Rattigan show, and I just had to sign in to make sure that I had access because I know that there are some people who tried to sign in and have no access. But
you look like
I can't be here, but I'm in travel status. Kevin, Stu.
You look like you want someone like the Maroon Man. You look like you have to get a visa from Keith Curry. But,
you know, let,
yes,
let me
sir,
let me pick something up, right? And I want to get an opinion from all of you, right? And for those of you, well, big enough, you should see it. All right, here it is. It says destroying any nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of long-range missiles. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing cheating in the examinations by the students. And as a result of this, the students who graduates, they said patients die at the hands of such doctors. They're talking about doctors who graduate from these institutions. Buildings collapse at the hands of such engineers. Money is lost at the hands of such economists and accountants. Humanity dies at the hands of such religious scholars. Justice is lost at the hands of such judges. The collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. Panel, give me your views on that. I'll take it off and hear what you guys have to say. Kevin, I see you itching.
Okay. So we won't all start at once.
Right.
I don't know how many people have remember me saying this a long time ago, but I really believe that one of the highest paid areas of work in any nation needs to be the teachers. Why? Because if you don't have teachers, just like what that post was saying, you have people, incompetent people doing things. Somebody has to teach you how to do something, if at least the basics, and teach you how to do it well. And they had to have gone through and gained a level of proficiency in order to impart that knowledge on you. So whether it be that they came across it by accident, they had several falls and buck toes along the way to get to where they are now. So that gives them puts them in a position of experience and knowledge. And that is what is passed on. Early out, before they had computers, chalkboards, and slates, it was word of mouth. People gathered around that individual who has had that level of experience, that elder in that community, so that he or she could teach. And what has happened, what I see happening, is a lack of respect for the position, not just by those who are being taught, but some of those who are teaching themselves. And in our case, in Jamaica, we have a bunch of politicians who fail to remember that somebody had to teach them something in order for them to get to where they are today. So
and some are related to teachers too.
And there's that. But what? They feel themselves in this position where they're above everyone else. And until we come to the realization that our teachers help to make sure that this country continues, we have a big problem, because the children are the future. And if the children are not taught, then what kind of future we have? And I'll leave my comments there.
Yeah, I'll chime in on the question about the destroying the education system, how it will consequently destroy the nation. I do believe that without knowledge, the people perish. And if you don't have a solid foundation on the principles of a particular discipline, then you're just having a score just to meet whatever requirement the teacher or the teachers union or the country or the state or the education department want to rank or rate a school or school district has been a problem, because a lot of bureaucracy exists within the teaching industry. Because from what I know and understand, a lot of times the school district or the education department is primarily worried about how they look in terms of performance. They're concerned about test scores. And when test scores become a primary the goal or the benchmark, then we miss the opportunity to truly educate people. And not everyone will have a white collar job. Not everyone will be able to, be a professional. So we need to approach this from a holistic approach where vocational training and other aspect of learning is appreciated and honored, because it seems as if people only want to honor the celebratory position of certain professions, when you do have people who are integral in the building of a society. It may not necessarily be a white collar position, but I'm quite sure we could not have an orderly society without people who work in various industries, from repairing our roads to collecting garbage, sewage treatment, all the necessary infrastructure to improve our quality of life. Even the internet we're using to do this. The people who are making it work, from the server side to the poles and the wires that bring and deliver these services to us. So you're absolutely right that if you just let them worry about a test score, they cheat on the test. And then they say, oh yeah, we have, a lot of people pass their exams and we're great. But those same people turn around to be doctors and killing people. They turn around to be economists and driving the country in bankruptcy and making bad deals with the Chinese and selling out the country. So you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac?
I'm not sure if I take a different view on this. I don't want to sound like a famous guy, but you get what you pay for. So I don't think that Dervin, I hear you cursing the teachers. The teachers, they're smart, No, hear what I mean. Meaning in terms of the transition, you're saying expertise and the need to have bachelors and stuff like that. But certainly I must say this. Some of the most erudite teachers who taught me, certainly when I was, growing up, they never even they had their teachers college thing, but they love it. The pay wasn't the best, but they instilled a lot of values, not just the core subject areas, but teaching is a wholesome thing. But in this new dispensation and globalization, where even if you're a street sweeper, the money have enough, it's a real deterrent. So in addressing the actual the thing that you put up, Mr. Rattigan, the quote that was posted on the university, a nation will most definitely fall if education is not of the proper standard. Jamaica is suffering from that right now. I don't know when it got there, but once upon a time you could have been the duncest person in a Jamaican class and you touch foreign and read. Why you think the people in the diaspora are so successful? It's all the dunce people leave Jamaica. Look at Kevin Stew and look at Mr. Randy. Look at Prezi. Look at the comment section. All the people who was in the back of the class. Look, I hear one of them running up.
To some degree, you're right. To some
Yeah,
degree.
there was a time when education in Jamaica, and I mean money wasn't attached to it, and those teachers, some of the teachers, even as a grown man, I'd be in the supermarket and I say teachers. And you remember the duster in your head back, and you remember the ruler. That is what they call corporal punishment that they say you can't do. But these teachers, you see them and the reverence and respect that you have for them, no matter how bad a picnic you was, the reverence of the teachers. Now, as Prezi is saying about the bullying and the fighting and the thing in the school, morality is kind of selective in the Jamaican space now, and it mirrors what happens on Twitter. And so the bullying will be there, but definitely what I will say is that Yeah, you don't need an atomic bomb to destroy a nation. You just simply don't have to educate the people in the interest of ensuring that you keep them at a level so you get the votes and can give them the $500 and I'm not gonna say it today, but I don't know what I was gonna
The
say.
KFC, yes, the
Okay,
KFC.
all right, yeah. So what I'm saying, but no, them have to bribe me with original Vincy KFC, so I don't know how that's gonna work for them.
No man, them I got brother with Vice Cartel ticket to in concert.
Oh, all right, that is it. But that's my thought. That's definitely my thought on the whole situation.
All right, but on what Mr. President said about the bullying, in the US and in the UK, you know, they have a lot of bullying and fighting in the schools, you know, and the teachers are still there working. Our teachers run there to work because you know why? There is a massive support system there. You know that in America, if a child got on bad and ready for go fight, teacher call principal, make principal call 911, make the police then come quick. Right? Also, this and we have a poor, you know that we kind of have a poor psychological support service in the system. That's another thing, you know. Our teachers are stressed. And our children are also stressed, you know, believe it or not, you know. Because many of our children are coming from households that are not conducive for their utmost development. And some of them are coming from the place where we would have called ghetto. Gunshot a bust up in a night time, picnic here, study book. Them have to dive under bed and hide until the gunshot then stop. And sometimes them have to bleach in the night and then go to school and then just drop asleep in a class. Also, the trauma of them seeing dead bodies on the street, right? And other things. So to further answer your question, you know, Mr. President, is that we have a serious support system. And as I said before in the conference that we had, and I truly believe this, and I have said it in different places and fora, that we should have a psychological department for every single school in this country. The UE, especially, has been graduating students with master's degrees and doctorates in psychology and clinical psychology. We need to have at least a clinical psychologist in every school, along with psychologists and other persons that deal with mental health, along with the guidance council and the dean of discipline, to work together. And I don't care how much money it costs. If you can't find the money to give yourself a damn 300% increase, you must damn find the money to get that. And you must also put in just like how they have scholarships for persons doing the STEM and special education. Why in Jesus' name you can't have scholarships to attract the best minds to do psychology and clinical psychology, so they can be bonded for at least 5 years in Jamaica in the education system, so they can help? Because many of our children are coming with psychological problems. And as I said before, I don't know who in Jesus' name, who the hell is advising the government. It has reached a cathartic state now. I always keep saying that the buffoon is at an all-time high. Yeah, we have the buffoon virus, but it has masticized now. Just like how you have HIV, which masticized into AIDS, it has now masticized now into fully dunceness. Fully dunce.
I just to piggyback on that, but Dervin, I mean, with the psychiatrist, psychologist aspect of it, we barely can identify when mad people are run up and down. I saw the JCF just this week wasted extreme tracking mechanisms, resources to track down a madman that they said was on their radar for committing several crimes. We don't take mental health seriously, so these things overlap. So every time these conversations come up, notice that crime and education crime and education goes hand in hand. When you lack the education, the crime is there, because everything is always going to be about resources. So when you say finding money, Jamaica respectfully, they educate a lot of people yearly, but when people get educated, their minds are open and they're not going to accept subhuman conditions. Economically, to live as a human being in Jamaica, you are to be making it used to be five, but it's $600,000 a month.
Yeah, due to inflationary pressures. Yeah.
Even that, and no disrespect to the people that struggling in the call centers. When the earth shakes, I know there's protocols for how you to leave the building and stuff like that. But aside from that, that 600,000 is the marker, and that's when you become educated. You're not going to settle. It's a little bit offensive to be educated and struggling and suffering.
Yeah, that is true.
It just don't make any sense, because education is supposed to be the window to shatter the ceiling of poverty. And so as it is, there are persons who are educated and they want better for the country, but they're not being treated. Even the police, they're dressed up, they're out there, they're in the trenches, they're fighting, but they're not being paid.
And that is it.
And so some of them can't even, some of them bright, brilliant. I'm not going to call any names, but they should be in law school, hand in hand, and there should be a serious, what's it called, that a graduation or a transition, your JCF to DPP office, to that in terms of the upgrading. You becoming lawyers, you might want to be a defense attorney, but I'm just saying in terms of prosecution. So you don't sound like somebody who just, we're so happy you're retiring, because you just come to the podium and you just tell bare lie. But I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah.
Let me just throw something up and ask you if this, I know the answer, but at least when I was growing up in Jamaica, or at least my father used to tell me that this that I'm going to show on the stage, if it's a stage that I'm going to put up, was true. And for my generation, to some degree, it was true. But I don't think it was true as when during my father's time, my mother's time. And I can see where over the period of several decades, where it's gotten to the point now where I don't think it's true. But let me put it there. There you go. It takes a village to raise a child. Now, my father used to tell me that when he was growing up, he couldn't even walk past an adult and whistle, because it was a sign of great disrespect. And also, he told me that if you were misbehaving, any adult in the community had a right to discipline you. And then when they discipline you and they took you home, the parents would apply further discipline. There was corporal punishment in the school. And I can speak on a personal note. When I was growing up, I grew up with a lot of people who weren't in school. They chose to live a different life. And it's funny because I think they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself, because some of those same people encouraged me to go to school. They said, don't stay up on the corner. Today, I don't think that's true. What are your thoughts about this? Let me start with Dervin. Dervin, what are your thoughts about this? Since you're the one in the program of education right now, and you're supposed to come up with solutions for Jamaica. Right. Is this true? And can it be true? Will it be true? Or have we gone way past it and it will never come to pass again?
All right. It is definitely true that it takes a village to raise a child. But I'm going to give an example. Some years ago, a teacher at a particular primary school disciplined a child. That child went home and told family members, and the family members them all come to go beat up that teacher. Say no, for beat up them pitney. Beat them pitney. No, for discipline them pitney. Right? So these are one of the and there are a litany of cases in the education system of that. You can't discipline the child, or you may be at risk of being knocked out or probably shot at by that child's family or relative and those things. So that is one of the things that teachers have stated and have lamented. They don't have the necessary support from the ministry as it relates to that aspect of it. But to be honest with you, if I were the Minister of Education, I'd be making unpopular decisions. And one of these unpopular decisions is to have these sanction these parents, make these parents accountable for their children. If you brought a child into the world, it is your responsibility to raise that child. And you need to raise that child properly. But unfortunately, and I don't want to sound crass, I don't want to sound like I'm putting down people, but I'm just being real, and I just cannot help us being sometimes brutally blunt, but I have to say it. We have some people who are behaving like a pack of mongrel dogs, going around and having children left, right, and center, and don't take the time to know their child and to inculcate proper values and attitudes. Yes, it is probably because they weren't raised with proper values and attitudes themselves. But I could say that for my grandmother, my great-grandparents, who were able to inculcate proper values and attitudes to my grandpeople, down to my parents, even though they weren't in any certain situation. Because as you say, promiscuity has been here from the beginning of time. And all of us have a grandparent who had outside children, but that did not stop that grandparent to inculcate proper values and attitudes in their children, coming down to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to look at that now, so the values and attitudes is what is lacking here in Jamaica. I remember the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson instilled the values and attitudes program that needs to come back. And it needs to come back ASAP. It needs to be brought back, the values and attitudes program. The societal degeneration that we're experiencing at this time is because of that. And whether you like it or not, you can't make influencers, musical artists, etc. to raise your child. You cannot.
Yeah, let me chime in here regarding it takes a village to. It's Dervin. I understand what you're saying, but for a lot of parents who have to work 2 jobs, who can't be there a lot of times to really, be at home when the children come home, it poses a particular set of challenges for that type of family. And then there are situations where, a single mother may find it very difficult to control a son after I reach certain age, because he's like, hey, I'm taller than you, I'm stronger than you. Yes, you're my mother, but I go up on the road and you can't stop me. So when we have those type of dynamics working against parents, and it is very easy to say, yeah, them gone breed up and pitney and them can't take care of the pitney. It's very easy to be critical, not that that's what you're saying, but I do know the sentiments that a lot of people have espoused over the years as it relates to labeling and branding people who may have parental challenges. But what I would want us to do in terms of a holistic approach is to take into consideration a lot of the economic factors that affect parents, so that this discussion can be wholesome. Because if we're providing solutions, I'm thinking that we have to take into consideration some of the various challenges that parents may face, and we can expect them to nobody can beat your pitney again, because teacher can't beat your kids, because in our days, teacher could have beat you, and and if somebody on the road beat you and send you home and you still get another beating. No, they might come down a school field. So and not only that, in the community, you talk to a little boy and want to fight you, and you talk to certain kids that they are rude to you. So it's a different generation. So how do you deal with that in light of all the various challenges, as I mentioned?
Okay, now, Mr. President, let me just address both what Mr. President and one of your people, Andrea, spoke. Andrea, I'm not talking about you raising your hand to beat your child when we're talking about disciplining your children. First and foremost, it's not raising your hand to beat the child. You can verbally reprimand a child, and some of them still take it to offense and go tell them parents, and then parents come and want to lick down the teacher. So I'm not talking about raising your hand to beat a child. No. All right. As it relates to what you're saying, Mr. President, about single parent ones, we know that. But remember the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. There has to be some support system. You must have other family members. All right. Like, for example, like a single mother, basically. And she's single mother for can be single mother for various reasons. Maybe the man tell her some sweet nothing and got her pregnant, run off into the sunset or whatever. But there must be a brother. There must be a brother who is the uncle. There must be a family friend who is a male figure. And yeah, you see, that's why we're talking about it takes a village to raise a child. I'm just speaking from my experience. When I was growing up, especially going down to the country to my grandparents, especially my maternal grandparents in Clarendon, we had a neighbor, I will not call his name. He was like an extra father figure to me in a sense. You understand, along with my grandfather, whatever, provide guidance and those things. And even that neighbor, her husband, was also like a mother figure to me too. So as it relates to certain disciplinary matters, and I remember at one time I used to set down my uncle's toy plane and hid it under the bed, and my grandmother was asking, "Where's my uncle's toy plane?" and this and that. And my grandmother's neighbor, who is like a mother figure to me also, she also worked with my grandmother to investigate, and then when it was found out where I hid it, I got some whipping from my grandmother. So what I am trying to say, we the educators don't have to raise our hands so they could pick me. We leave that to the parents. We just say, this is what he's doing. Only can look at the parents, but make sure they don't abuse them though. That is the difference.
I take a different approach to that.
But, no, I know.
I'm going to say this. It does take a village to raise a child. Unfortunately, we no longer have the village.
Yeah, we don't no longer that because of the societal degeneration. The values and attitudes.
The structure, everything, but I can tell you this. When I was growing up as a teacher, you would have to fight. Because if you beat me, my father would come kick you down and tug you down. And some of the teacher them could have fight and then pull him natty and hold up them slip, and when them bra pop, them hold it up and them fight, and we'll fight another day. And it wasn't the society has become sensitive. Mind you, I'm not here trying to promote domestic violence and all of that, but we had experiences where we saw conflict, and there were no knives coming out, and there were no shootings and stabbings. And so it's a little bit different now. But also, I saw one of the comments that you put up, Rattigan, where somebody says, no, nobody now beat my child. And she's right. This day, bad mind is so real. People will physically abuse my child. Yeah, she's right. I agree with her. The days when a village, I tell you, you're right. All the parents on the road that I used to live at, they could beat you. Any one of us. If you don't have on shoes, you get beat. No shirt, you get beat. If you don't do your homework, you get beat. And we had so many parents, and there used to be a thing on the TV. It's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? And then you hear the whole neighborhood right across. You hear all kind of names. So they're like a musical telling you to come inside. So that's how safe the country used to be. Now you have pedophiles, a sexual registry that nobody wants to reveal. You have just pure hidden agendas. I never object, and so I need to address this. I never object to the women who having the multiple kids, because when you tell them don't have kids and nobody want to have kids, then they come to the podium and say, let's extend the retirement age so we can keep old people working and they don't have to retire because we don't have nobody to work. So we have to be careful. We have to be very careful about that. But to say this, I don't think it will ever get back to a place where strangers could give you a nice whooping and tell you go pick the bush where they're gonna beat you, because society has changed so much. But those who miss it, because I hear they complain about corporal punishment. If you never get the busted and you never get the kick and thump and you never get a nice whooping from your granny, and you see your granny comes and you know the slippers are coming and you learn for do the sighting and all of that.
Pothole-filled road in Portland on Thursday.
Yeah, they miss out on that, and because of missing out of that, society has changed, and even the values, even the ability to have to persevere and just be vigilant, it's gone. So it takes a village, but there is no village. Good man, bad man, wicked man, them run it now.
Let me just extend on behalf of the panelists here. Let me just extend our sincere condolences to Paula. It is right here. Her uncle was one of the people gunned down in Charitable. Sad indeed.
My condolences, Miss Paula Love.
Condolences, Paula.
Yeah. Listen, we have our next guest coming up.
I'm not sure if
ready.
Yeah,
so here's
I can't finish everything.
No, you have to come back. But Isaac, watch out, Isaac elbow them sharp, you know. You hear me say?
yeah. Every time I see Dervin on the Rattigan show, me I sign in immediately. But I too have to go. But I'm always a pleasure, everybody.
Yes. Before you go, we have 3 minutes. So I just want to hear some closing from everybody before we go.
All right.
To our next guest. So let me start with you, Isaac, since you really have to go. And again, thank you for stopping by, because I know that you didn't have to, because you really make an effort to do it today. So because the other times you're home and now you're in the travel. So I really sincerely appreciate it, my brother. So go ahead and
right. So I just to have consistency. Crime and violence is interwoven with the lack of education, the deteriorating education structure that we have in Jamaica. We are a village-less nation. I think this is an observation. I'm in St. Vincent, and the place is so clean. It's not over-riddled with police stations and all kind of things. And I know it's a smaller population, but when cleanliness is godliness, and it's strange to be in an island and say, oh, this is clean. It would simply mean that where I am from is dirty. And then and so people might criticize, but there is a whole campaign saying not dirty up Jamaica. So it means that Jamaica is dirty. So how you deal with your yards and your gullies and the this and the that, it says about your morals. It says about where we are. And I just think that we need to find a way to fund education, including paying the teachers to the point where the education ministry will say, you can't be a teacher because you're not worthy of the salary. That's where we need to get. And I'm just leaving it right there.
All right.
Thank you
for coming, man. And be careful, be safe. Although I know where you are is it's quite safe.
It's actually safe.
Yeah.
And KFC is in walking distance.
I like the screen there.
All right.
Window and door open, is that?
Literally so. Literally, yeah.
I like the screen behind you.
All right.
Good
You
see,
see
good
it.
touch on the screen. Yeah, good touch, good touch.
All right. Blessing.
All right.
So, yeah, man.
Dervin, give us
Well,
your final comments.
all right. Sorry that I cannot finish this presentation at this time, but all I can say that there's a lot of work to be done in the education sector. The corruption is rampant. As I said, unfortunately, due to times and straits, I can't finish the whole presentation and thing, but I hope you guys have been enlightened further to understand how corruption impacts our education system. As I said, there's a lot for me to divulge, but I can't divulge because time constraints and the slide presentation. But thank you for having me all.
All right. Well, look, you'll be back. So we'll pick up where we left off with you. All right.
All right.
Mark your spot, Dervin. Mark your spot.
Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, this spot. Yeah, I mean, this was like this because I saw. So, all right. Take care of yourself. Thanks
All
for
right,
coming.
Sir Rattigan. All right, panel. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Kevin. Take care, bro.
Bye.
All right. We're 1 minute over. All right, here we go. Next topic: charitable causes. Okay, yeah. I see Miss Dr. Phil is here and Dennis Sutherland. And folks, we've been talking about, it's not just Daryl, but how do we help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica? Because we're in a position where we can help. They're less fortunate than we are. And, you've heard me say, don't give things to the government, just do it directly. I still maintain that position, but at the same time, I encourage people to do whatever they can. There are numerous charitable organizations out there, reputable ones, and I say, please do your research, but continue to contribute to Jamaica. Continue to contribute to the development of Jamaica. They say it takes a village to raise a child. Sometimes it takes foreign to raise a child in Jamaica because the parents down there, maybe we should change it to that. It takes foreign to raise a child. Because we know how our brothers and sisters are struggling in Jamaica. And sometimes it's the extended relatives or a neighbor or a friend from overseas who can send something to help out. So having said that, let me bring these two gentlemen on. First, let me bring on the Sutherland, and then I'll bring on Dr. Phil. All right, gentlemen, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. It's a pleasure to have both of you on. Now, Dennis, before you say anything, let me defer to Dr. Phil here because he's new to the program. You've been on before. So Dr. Phil, I'll defer to you. Could you give us just 2 minutes to say who is Dr. Phil and what's his goal, what's his mission, what's his objective? And we'll go from there.
All right, so good evening, everybody. My name is Philroy Facey. Can you just confirm that you're hearing me well?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so the name is Philroy Facey. I am from Ochoria, St. Anne, and I run a company called Dr. Phil Entertainment. On the business side, I primarily deal with production, event production. So light, sound, stage, generators, just about anything you conceive for your event. We bring it to life, and make your event successful. Who is Philroy? A young man, God-fearing, Christian young man that is, have 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl. That is just, trying to be the best person I can. One of my mottos is that if I can be 1% better than I was yesterday, then I am doing well. So because I believe that slow progress is still progress. Basically daily I just try to motivate others around me, pull who I can pull with me as much as I can, empower people. I believe in empowering the people around you, because if at all times you are the only one that's strong, then at some point you're going to be the weakest one. So I really believe in empowering those around me, whether it's by sharing knowledge, giving a helping hand, however form or fashion I can do that in. That is something that I really do believe in. I'm also very strong on one of the topic that you guys were just talking about earlier when it comes on to, basically raising kids, the best way you can. I wanted to say the right way, but then I remember there's no manual. So it's really the best way you can, of course, instilling the right, morals and principles for them to use to gauge their own lives later on, against. So yeah, in a nutshell, I'm somebody who loves music. I also play the instruments, but mostly at church. Outside of church, in general, I'm an engineer, audio engineer. But when I go to church, I can play a little something. But
right.
outside of the music, I like to have meaningful conversations. Sit down and reason with my bridging them, not the idle type of talks, but more so, empowering conversations, intriguing conversations. I like to talk about another topic that I like to talk about, especially with my friends, is living in Jamaica. And when it comes on to dealing with the security forces, driving along the road, some of the things that you come across, because as I said, I really like to empower people, and those are some of the subject areas that you find that people really don't know. They just don't know. And so because they don't know, that which was said earlier, for a lack of knowledge, people perish. A lot of us are, suffering at the hands of the system because we don't know, And so I like to have those kind of empowering conversations rather than sit down and chat foolishness. But
Right.
so in a nutshell, that is, a little bit about Philroy Facey.
All right, no problem. Patricia in the chat, you're absolutely correct, and that's why we're getting ambassadors. At some point, we will pursue that avenue. So thanks for raising it to our attention, Mr. Dennis Sutherland, aka Soda. Talk to us. Some people here probably have never seen you. I think most people here, they know who you are from Sutherland TV out of Chicago. So go ahead and take a few minutes and tell us who Dennis Sutherland is before. And you know what? You may want to use that to just transition into your charitable endeavors, and then I'll come back to Dr. Phil.
Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for having me, sir. I'm really delighted to see what you're doing here. We spoke earlier this week, and you talk about highlighting people that is doing things, and you want to have a positive impact on Jamaica. I was floored when I hear that from you, because that's how I think. Mr. Prezi, nice to see you again, Kevin and Dr. Phil. It's a pleasure to be in your presence. I'm just a simple guy from Jamaica that had been a product of my upbringing. I'm going to tell you a little story real quick. That I'm from a big family, but I was fall in between 6 girls. And so I have 3 girls ahead of me and 3 girls behind me. With one income, I was actually at some point out in the cold. To the point that I did not do grade 8 and grade 9 in school at all. And so I went back to school at grade 10 after working at the 8-13, somewhere about there for about 2 years. And because of what I've been through, and I tried to make something of my life. Today, I can say I went to college, and I'm doing well. I'm doing well for myself. And so, because of my experience, I decided to take on the school as my concern, education as one of my biggest concerns, and ensure that the struggles that I had that would have caused me to miss out on grade 8 and grade 9 in school, I want to make sure, with the best of my ability, to prevent that from happening to us, to any other student. As long as they come across me. Right now, I have kids in Jamaica that I've been sending to school for quite some time now. And I've been doing the backpack program, as you know about. I've been doing it for quite some time. I've been giving back to schools. And what else I'm doing? And I was a part of a group that even have a breakfast program out there in Jamaica. And I tell you this, That's one of the best things that I've ever been a part of, because what that does is increase the attendance of these kids to school. And so the grades went up, and I was so grateful to be a part of something like that. So like I said, I'm a product of my experience, and so I am trying to change lives. And so this year I was thinking about doing my normal 40, 50 backpacks a year to the student, but Hurricane Beryl came, and you all know the impact of Hurricane Beryl, especially in Manchester, Finzy-Smith, and Clarendon. They were the most affected by it. And I was talking to a friend of mine, Owen Speed, who said, why don't you increase it and do just more than what you normally do? And that's when the idea of 1,000 backpack came to life. So I started a campaign to do 1,000 backpack. But I want to spread that across Manchester, Finzy-Smith, and Clarendon, and New Hope Primary in St. Thomas. So I pitched in $800 in the program, and they said, you can't do it because it takes a lot more money. So I started to reach out to others, and I must say, I did not make the 500 backpack and school supplies and make up the 500 though. So this coming Friday, I'm going to Jamaica to distribute those backpacks across those schools. I know it's inconvenient for many of these teachers. I have 8 schools that I'm going to give it to. It's inconvenient on a Saturday morning, but that's the only time I have. So I'm going down for the weekend to make distribute it from Westmoreland Street, Westmoreland, Clarendon, and Finzy-Smith, and then I settle down in Manchester. So as of now, I could say it is indeed a successful program, and the teachers are floored when I call them up to tell them what I am bringing to them. So I cannot furnish the entire school. Some of these schools are very big, so I have 300 students, but I'm gonna give to the most needed kids. So that's where I'm at with what I'm doing.
Some panelists, ladies and gentlemen, this deserves a big round of applause, man. This deserves a big round of applause, because this is what I'm talking about, where people are stepping up to the plate and they're helping. And look, and one of the reasons why I said don't go through the government, the red tape involved, the bureaucratic nonsense involved. You're going down and you're going straight to the schools, and you're going to do what is necessary so that these children can get these backpacks. Imagine if you had to go through the government, right? We all know what would happen. We all know what happened. Even if every single one of them got delivered, it would have taken some time. But school is going to open up in a short period of time. So, I mean, congrats to you, man.
Yeah.
I tell you, deserve a medal. I hope that you're supposed to get the OD, You're supposed to get the OD. You're not doing it
No, I am doing it because, like I said, my experience. I remember after not going to school for 2 years and to go back to school in 10th grade, and how I'm gonna use this word, academically deficient. I don't know if there's any such word, but that's how I felt among the students. So everybody was looking down at me. I was not able to be in their class, in their among them, because of how. So I was alone because I was done, to their standard, and I can tell you guys that at that school that I went to, Belfield Secondary School at the time, and I left there, I went to Women afterwards. But when I went to that school, what they would have done is give you what is called a profile sheet, because you would not be qualified to graduate from school if you don't do well in the SSC and all that. And after being there for 2 years, being out of school for 2 years, and I went there, that 2 years I was able to graduate from school. So I think I did.
Well, listen, I don't know if you heard the last segment where I said what probably done people them left and come America and succeed, but come in your class here, son. Dr. Phil, talk to us. What then? How are you contributing as far as charity is concerned to the development of Jamaica, particularly the children?
All right. So how I'm about 3 years ago, it would have been. Oh yeah, echo is gone. All right, good. So about 3 years. So this year would make it my third staging of a back to school treat. I've always been involved in charity outside of that prior to doing something for myself, then, so to speak. Prior to that, I've always worked along with other charities. Once, because I'm the type of person like this. Once I see the need and good reasoning, I'll lend a helping hand. But over the years, before I get into what exactly I'm doing, let me just say this about charities in Jamaica, because over the past couple of years, there has been a whole heap of charities just pop up. I think it really stemmed from coming out of the pandemic, lockdown, and so Jamaica became so, how should I say, so popular on social media throughout the pandemic, and a lot of things that good and bad came out of it. Charities were born, influencers were born, and all of these things, and then a lot of relationships were born between persons overseas in Jamaica. One of the things, as I said, a lot of the charities that were born were really, in my opinion, just good deeds program. Not being registered, not being, run properly in terms of structure and accountability and all of that. And I think to some extent, it has really, after going for some time, it has really now affected us negatively in a sense, because what you have found is that a lot of these programs, because there were no accountability, because there were no structure in place, it was just, people highlighting a need, persons being moved emotionally, and they give. And at the end of the day, because there is no real structure, there is no accountability from the persons running the charity, you find that a lot of discrepancies start, and a lot of the different pulls at what is to be done, how it should be done, being happening across the internet. And I think over time this has really affected us here in Jamaica negatively, in a sense, because you have had so many people who were genuinely giving, and genuinely loving the idea of somebody coming on and exposing a need, or showing somebody who is really in need. But then you learn, people taking advantage of the situation, people taking advantage of others who are actually in need and benefiting from it. People who not working, running charities. So how you live, how you survive, and that has really affected us across the country, where charities are concerned. But I want to say also, I want to thank God for those who still continue to see the need and still continue to give from a place of love, and those who still continue to do the right thing, and so for me, I was online. I normally go onto my social media page and just do simple conversations of encouragement, motivation, and of course, you develop a following. And so 2 years ago, I decided that one of my supporters just said, it was coming. I normally do live music online. So one of the things that was birthed out from my business was a thing that I call Live from Yard, which is live music online. So on Sunday evenings during the pandemic, people were, musicians weren't doing anything, and people need to eat. I was hosting an online event, and it rained out. And I'm the type of person, I kind of sort of a perfectionist, especially when it comes on to my trade. And so instead of just coming online to say, people were going to postpone, I asked one of the singers to come and sing a one song, and just a musician to, to give her a little background music, because I just want to give the people just something to say, when, we're going to postpone the event. The person came on, she sang a one song, the musicians were feeling the vibe, they play a second one. And when I came on to say, we're going to postpone the event, the people were like, I thought this was the event starting. What do you mean? I thought this was it. This is so good. And I was like, what? No, this is not it. And people literally started saying, listen me, this was so good, I'll buy another ticket for the actual event then whenever you're ready again. And I was like, but this makes sense. Out of that came an idea called Live From Yard, where on Sunday evenings I used to gather the musicians, stream it on my YouTube channel, and people from all over the world would watch and contribute by having money pull up. They send in their song requests, and we use things like Cash App and Zelle and PayPal for them to get monies to us. That helps to pay the musicians, that helps to pay the persons working in the background, and kept us going throughout the pandemic. You know what I mean? Food on the table. And so that in itself created a community for Dr. Phil Entertainment. And that community is one that is so now closely knit that somebody said, Dr. Phil, you're right, you look at a writer. So that created a community that from there, I think, so if we're not 24, so it would have been 2022, one of my supporters said, Phil, I think you need to do something for back to school this year. And I was like, all right, I'm up for it. I'm up for it. And so I started a place in Kingston who supplies stuff. The monies that they sent me, I went and I was able to help 70 kids that day. When I set the event for, I was able to give 70 kids book bags and pencils and supplies for back to school. And the following year, the same person said, Phil, let's do it again. Get out of the blocks early though. And by the time I put the flyer out there, persons were now calling to say, listen to me, I want to be a part of this. Because by this, I am now saying I need to do this thing bigger. So by this, I would have gotten on board NERA, which I want to big them up, which is the Northeast Regional Health Authority, who came on board and help us with doing medicals. So last year, we were able to do over 400 students free medicals. And I tell you this, the surprising part of it is that last year, instead of shopping in Jamaica, I did some of the shopping online also. Some of the same supporters went to the Walmart and those bigger stores over there where they get the books for 5 cents and 20 cents and all of those things. And they packed the boxes and barrel and shipped them off to us out here. And then we do the packaging and had the back to school treat. I call it back to school blessings because for me, I it has to be holistic. It can't be that I bring somebody out or a family comes out and they're there with you for 3, 4, 5 hours waiting on something, a contribution, and when you took it out is 1 bag and 2 pencils. For me, I'm the type of person that prefers to go with the quality as opposed to the quantity in terms of the numbers. So while somebody else may give, and big up to Sir Sutherland, who's say he's coming down next week to really touch some lives in Mandover side. So happened that next week Friday also is our back to school blessings for this year. Next week Friday and Saturday actually this year.
I'm not sure that the exchange numbers.
Yeah, I want that. I'm just waiting for him to don't talk to tell you that I need to.
Yeah, but we're going to do that. We can definitely get into that.
And not to cut you, because I want to elaborate a little bit if I get the chance to say this. My program is going to be an ongoing program. Right now I'm looking at least 5 people to be a part of my team because earlier we're going to want to start the program earlier, and I'm going to make sure every parish get at least 100 backpack in especially in the rural areas from my program. Yeah, keep going.
Nice. All right. So so last year we were able to touch and listen to this part. Because of the shipping of the stuff, we had to push back the date a little bit, and we ended up doing it the Friday before school was supposed to start. The Monday. Wow. And I'm saying if we were able to do over 400 medicals the Friday before school start Monday morning, then it goes to show how much that the need is really greater than the demand. The demand is greater than what we have to offer, because at the weekend before school, so many students were not yet up to par with what is
Not
needed
yeah.
to go back to school. It was that was what blew my mind about that last year, to see how many students needed medical done at that time. And coupled with the medical, we were also able to get Phoenix Health and Vigilance Center. So I used the opportunity to big them up as a brand, who came on board and did free eye test for the students as well. You know, and for those who needed any service where the eye is concerned in terms of glasses or anything, they went on to take that further. But on the day, they were doing free eye testing and such. And then also I want to big up other businesses in and around Ocherius that I reached out to that came on board. So, you know, I would say to somebody, the small businesses, some of the times we want to reach out to these big businesses. So we write to the big brands, all our fancy letters, and we don't even get an answer. We don't, they don't even grace us with an answer, let alone to let us know that they can't handle that this year. But the small businesses like your even your very barber, your nail tech, those people, some of the times they are so ready and willing to give something, you know. And so the very supermarket that I shop at, I was able to say, listen, give me a voucher. I need to give parents something. I can't just, the parents are coming out too. So what about give me some vouchers? I got a couple $5,000 vouchers. You know, we did our little activities throughout the day, you know, whether it's a dance competition or something. And we were able to bless the parents as well with vouchers, like, you know, for supermarket vouchers for a pedicure, or medicure, them someday, handshell and footshell. You know, so it was a holistic kind of a thing. For me, when I do a care package, our care packages were things like, we even do socks, little tubes of toothpaste, little hand wipes, along with the regular book and pencil and sharpener. So because, you know, like I said, I believe it should really have an impact. It should really have an impact, you know, and really stop a gap for a parent who is coming out, because some of the parents just genuinely are in need. You do have, you know, a few who walk around to all the charity events and collect. but you do have some people who I want to know that when they get something from whatever Dr. Phil is doing, it is holistic. It covers, you know, a little grounds. And on top of that, one of the other standout thing for me was that after doing the medical, and then we gathered to give out the supplies, I was able to have one of my evangelist friend, my church sister, pray. One of the things that growing up is that, you know, when September morning come, that weekend, everybody with their church, I go up for prayer. You know what I mean? For go back out to school, both teachers and students. And so we were able to do even that. And that in itself was just such a blessing to be able to just, you know, just pronounce a blessing over the kids and covering over them, sending them back out on a September morning. And we are looking to do the same this year. This year we are now actually going to be doing it for 2 days. So we're going to do the Friday and the Saturday. So the Friday is Ocherius at the Ocherius High School, and Saturday is going to be in St. Anne's Bay. You know what I mean? And so, like I say, we'll partner with the business people. For me, I'm going to put it out there because I know this platform is one that just say it like it is. I've gone through a few other stuff. So last year, after putting out my initiative, you know, the MP for the constituents, which was on the JP side, Sabel Navis, reached out and said, you know, I want to be a part of it. You know, to make it bigger. It's all right, no problem. Come on board. You know, it's all about the kids. But, you know, the crazy part about it is that at the end of the day, what the media printed or what was given to the media is his thing. And it wasn't that he came on board onto something that he saw happening already. It was his.
That's why I want to do something independent of these people that call themselves politicians.
And that was just such a, you know, it really pierced me. You know what I mean? But it never discouraged me.
let me stop it because I wish we had more time because that is one subject I'd really like to explore with both of you. But we're pressed for time. What I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce you to Mr. President because he's involved in the same charitable what's the word I'm looking for? Endeavors as you and Dennis. But before I bring in President, let me just say big up to the top man, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You know, we stand on shoulders like his. Had it not been for people like him, I am certain I wouldn't be here. Today marks his 137th year.
Wow.
Yeah, 137th year. And I know they're doing a whole bunch of celebrations in Jamaica for him, but we need to recognize him. Mr. President, go ahead. We don't have much time, but please go ahead and I would love to see a link established between all three of you because all three of you are involved. President just got back. He was down in Jamaica when Beryl hit Jamaica. He was down there doing charity work. Yeah, but Mr. President, come on, sir. Talk to the people.
Yeah, gentlemen. First of all, kudos to the charitable work you guys are doing. We definitely have to help the least among us. Yes, I am president for a not-for-profit called Free Spirit Outreach. We have a website, freespiritoutreach.org or fsocharity.org. So we do literally the same thing you do. We build computer labs. We give these book bags and school supplies and put Wi-Fi through schools and also the health fair. And we've been doing that for the last, this year, I think 18. And so it's been something that we've been, passionate about. And to see that, you guys have like mind and the same interests, I certainly believe that we can make these impact. I don't know how, but I do believe that it should be a possibility where we can pool our resources so we can impact more people. With us, we do have some teams on the ground in Jamaica. We do have a Jamaica branch or group and fully staffed and all of that. But what you guys are doing is phenomenal. I really appreciate it. It's a lot of work and a lot of sacrifice, but I want to commend you, Phil, for the hard work you're doing. And Suddy, also, just being like me, you go, you get on the ground and you do the work, roll up your sleeve. We got stuck there during burial, doing what we've been doing for the last almost 2 decades, as I said. But we certainly appreciate it. So I'm encouraging you, viewers, please support what these two men are doing, because when you see the smile on these children's face, when they get that new bag and they hug it, and the parents also, when they say, oh my gosh, one less expense for September morning, I am so happy. You guys are a blessing. That is worth more than somebody trying to get 2 or 3 bags, which happens all the time. It's things set already. But the overall goal is very impactful. And I want to commend you, gentlemen, for, loving the unlovable, touching the untouchable, and reaching the unreachable. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of all of these gentlemen. Kevin.
Listen, greetings. I have a spot when it comes to charitable work. Growing up, going to church in the Salvation Army and going out there, not having a Christmas morning in my own house because I'm at UA Hospital playing brass for the patients. I know it takes a little bit of a sacrifice when it comes to giving a hand. And when you head the organization, your own organization that is doing that, it's a whole lot more. And yes, it is quite unforgiving, but your reward is one that none of us could really give to you. outside of recognizing what you're doing here and now, and saying thank you for it, the real reward none of us would be able to give. And I commend you for the work that you put in outside of what anybody else is saying, the naysayers and the hindrances that you've had along the way, and including you, Prezi. And if, like what Will said, you guys collaborating, big things. I would expect greater things, because individually you have reached a handful of people, but collectively you have reached whole bodies of people. So, Phil, I see your drums behind you. Me and your brethren from today forward, yeah?
All right. Listen, Phil and Soda, we have
Yes, sir.
5 minutes. I want to give both of you a chance to kind of make a pitch for greater support of what you're doing. Let me start with you, Dennis.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much again. Yes, so like I said, it's an ongoing thing. It's something that continues. I still did not make the goal. It's still financially challenging to execute the mission, because, like I said, I'm new at this size. I usually do it by myself, much smaller. So we're still taking donations, and we're seeking persons of like mind. I don't think I should have said it though, because I'm gonna be linking with Prezi and Phil and get some ideas. And Phil, who is actually down there underground, I'm gonna also invite him to be a part of my my team if he is available, or if he just want to just give us advice, and Prezi himself. But I would want you guys to hook me up on Facebook, Dennis Sutherland. You could find me. You could email me at Sutherland TV 876. If you want to contribute, we still have GoFundMe as an option, and we still have my Zelle. I don't so much care about Zelle. Reasons being, it feels so personal, and this this is a feeling for me. That's why I don't like to give out the Zelle. I prefer people, hook me up on GoFundMe if they want to be a part of it. A lot of people, most of what I have received so far though is mostly by Zelle, because we have some people like I must take the opportunity to pick up some people though who was very instrumental in this and have contributed immensely to the program, which is Owen Speed, Valerie Richards, Renee Marriott, Paul Miles, Robert Burchell, and Norbert Aspin. They are some of the big players in executing this. They have some people that give them little money, and I appreciate it, but it's just that there's just too much name to call. But yeah, to reach me by email is sutherlandtv876@gmail.com, and we're still taking contribution, and I'm seeking like-minded people to be a part of my panel. That's where I'm at.
Before you go, talk to a few shout outs about your program.
Yeah, man. I Sutherland TV is something that I really want to take a minute to talk about, because I did not have an ambition to do what I'm doing, but it all started from my brother passing and me announcing about it. But one other thing that I realized is that I had a desire, and I said had a desire to move back to Jamaica. I should have been there, and then the crime situation becomes a concern in my family circle, and so by me talking about my brother thingy on Facebook and all of that, I just use the opportunity to start talking about the crime. And me being a Southern and doing my do, I said, well, I'm gonna do it good and done. And that's how I really create a studio. And then I actually not partner, but I went on, and you give me an opportunity the first time we met. to voice, not you, but I was given an opportunity in that space to voice my opinion. And that's when I come back and started to beat the drum. So Sutherland TV and YouTube is where it happened every Wednesday at 7 o'clock Jamaica time, and sometimes on Sundays. And I said sometimes on Sundays because what I realized that I did a few shows that help people, and I'm in the business of helping. I remember a guy came on and he called me. He actually called me and tell me about this. He'd been very sick with ALS, and I decided, I couldn't come on the platform and talk about it. And he came on and we spoke about it, and a lot of people pitch into it, and I have quite a few of those. So I'm in the business of helping, whether on Sutherland TV or in the back to school. I'm just in the business of giving. I don't want nothing for myself. It's all about the people.
And let me just let people know that I personally endorse Sutherland TV. It's a wonderful program, great host. I think in some respects we're alike because he's very patient. So that's very patient. He'll sit there and he'll let people say what's on their minds and expose their hearts and whatever. He's not the kind of person who will interrupt and things like that. So he kind of like lets the program direct where it wants to go, and he's basically like a police, like a policeman, just directing traffic. He's not obstructing traffic. So want to thank you for that, my brother. All right, Dr. Phil. A few minutes, the producer just wrote to me and said, hey, we're gone over a little bit, but you say, hey, Dr. Phil deserves his due. It's just due. So, sir, the floor is yours.
All right. And what you say you wanted me to just talk about?
Just like a closing remark, and just kind of in a nutshell encapsulate everything that you're doing, and if you need support or whatever, you can tell people where we can find you and so on and so forth.
Okay. All right. So, of course, support is always needed, and it cannot be too much. Like I say, the need is great. It's greater than my hands alone can do. So of course, support in every way is needed, right? Supplies, financially, all of that. So I'm going to give my contact information or how you can reach me. But of course, I'm on all the social media platforms as Dr. Phil Entertainment. Like I said, for my YouTube channel, primarily it was really about music. And just providing that space for people to come and enjoy clean, fun entertainment. But we're on pause for now as we're working out some location issues. But outside of that, I really just want to continue to encourage people to just be our brother's keeper. You know what I mean? And just continue to understand that, the little that you can do, it may seem small to you, but it goes a far way for somebody else. And I am speaking that from experience, and I'm going to share this with you. I grew up in church, and for all my life in church, I used to think that when people come up and testify that somebody call them out of the blue and bless them, give them something, and they had this bill and they never know how it did go pay, and somebody out of the blue just call them and bless them or just give them something. All my life, I think I lie them I tell. Whenever they do it, all in my head is that not more than you beg before and the person never have it, and know that them have it, them just give you. You know what I mean? So nobody come and go and like say, you just pop up out of the blue. I did not have that experience until sometime in the pandemic, being online, sharing with others, just encouraging persons. And, people just saw me for who I am. And there was this lady who just called me and said, Sir Phil, like, you don't know me, I don't know you. But I'm happy I came across your page because you don't know where I was mentally. And by just listening to you, I'm in a better place here. I was like, I kept waiting for the hammer to drop, the hammer saying, because me give you this, something, something is expected. And so it was then I recognized how powerful this is. And when I say this, I mean exactly what is happening here. Just sitting and sharing and with thousands of people across the world. There are people on here that are hearing me now that I may never meet in my lifetime. but it doesn't mean that we are not able to create a synergy, to create a relationship that can move mountains in parts of the world that I may never visit and you may never visit. You know what I mean? So let's just continue to be positive. Let us, as Mr. Rattigan really says, you know, just really look into the persons or organizations that you think you want to help or work along with, and ensure that they're doing it for the right reasons, and just ensure that your heart is at the right place and you do it with all the love from the heart, so that people can really, upon receiving the tangible gifts or whatever it is, they also receive that love that comes with it. You know what I mean? And so to assist us, of course, you can reach out to us through our social media handles at Dr. Phil Entertainment JA. That's on IG, Dr. Phil Entertainment on YouTube, Dr. Phil Entertainment on Facebook. And of course, I do have my business number is free to give out. So the number is, I just put it in the chat, I think, because I'm online with it. I'm online with you guys at 876-530-6350. 876-530-6350. You can send us a message on WhatsApp, and we can take it from there in terms of whether you want to support us through the Zelle or the Cash App or PayPal. For those in Canada, we have e-transfer. And I've never been to Canada, but I have an e-transfer. Why? Because of people that I've met through these kind of interactions, just the same. You know what I mean? So, you know, as I said, we can do so much more. And so I'm looking forward to teaming up with other like-minded persons who, you know, really want to see or really want to help our brothers and sisters. And the truth is that it's not that we're rich. It's not that we have it. It's just that we know that we ought to be our brother's keeper.
Well, let me just say thanks to both of you. And of course, Prezi always I get for thanks, you know, for that one reason. But no, it was a pleasure having both of you on, and I learned a hell of a lot. Just basic humanity, you know, just listening to the things that you're doing, and no one's forcing you to do it. You're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart. And may the Almighty continue to bless you, and may you have continued success. Take care. We'll talk soon. And Phil and Soda and Prezi the Triano, the link is there. So, and we'll not do it for the goodness of Jamaica. Believe me, people need help, you know, the combined effort. So there we go.
Definitely.
Link up, guys. I think you guys can get my information from the producer.
Yeah, I have it. I can give it.
Okay. And I need to talk. I would love to have a show with the Prezi and Dr. Phil.
Well, here they are. Just tell them you want them come. Just tell them.
Yeah, man. So I would love for us to just sit and just rap and about what we're doing, and with an objective to motivate others to do the same, because that's what I want to do. I want more people to participate in this. I want the support, you know, but it's not what I want is others to continue to participate in giving back, so that we can have a better Jamaica, because there is a need more than that we can ever think of.
And let me tell you, unity is strength, and we need it more now than ever.
Yeah, man.
So, gentlemen, until then, take care of yourselves.
Peace.
Be well. All right.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yes, folks. That was a good segment. No, we have the big man, the real policeman we have now. I'll wait on the background now. But before we get to him, folks, what we'll do, we'll take a little break, and I want to play this tune. I played it the other day, and people are ball forward. So, you know, I played it twice. I'm going to play it once today. So, you know, it will be played three times, but not three times today. Played twice already, one time today. Here we go.
People, let me hear you say yeah! Yeah! Beautiful. I would like to introduce a very talented member of this band, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for a good friend of mine, a righteous person, and a very beautiful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Mitchell Broodings.
Hallo Den Haag. Al van der Rijn, Buffalo, Japan. Speechless. The song says it all. Bless my eyes this morning. Jaja's sun was on the rise once again. Way earthly things been going. Anything can happen. Yeah. Them sitting on their ego trips, blast off in their spaceship, million miles from our reality. No care for you, no care for me. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. Bless my eyes this morning. Just sun was.
Somebody asked me to pull up a Marcus Mosiah. You can't say no. You cannot say no.
Let me hear you say yeah! Yeah! Beautiful. I would like to introduce a very talented member of this band, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up for a good friend of mine, a righteous person, and a very beautiful voice. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Mitchell Broodings.
Hallo Den Haag. Al van der Rijn, Buffalo, Japan. Speechless. The song says it all. Bless my eyes this morning. Jaja's sun was on the rise once again. Way earthly things been going. Anything can happen. Yeah. Them sitting on their ego trips, blast off in their spaceship, million miles from our reality. No care for you, no care for me. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. Bless my eyes this morning. Just sun was on the rise once again. Yeah. Way earthly things been going. Anything You give a little, you take a little, you give a little. One more time, you give a little, you take a little, yeah. So you think you found a solution, but it's just another illusion. So before you take your time, don't leave another cornerstone standing there behind her. We've got to face the day. Ooh-wee, come what may. We're the real street people talking. The real people struggling, yeah. Blow. See them sitting under time bomb, and I know that the time is gone. What goes up is coming down. What goes around comes around. And there is so much trouble in the world. And there is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble, so much warfare. People dying, people don't care. So much trouble, so much warfare. The children dying, people don't care. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the world. There is so much trouble in the
Yes, people, so much trouble in the world. That's why unity is so important. Because individually, we're not gonna make it. We won't make it, But we have to keep trying. We have to keep trying. No! Kevin, still everybody take them bathroom break and them go eat and them come forward. Well, now we're gonna bring on the big man. We know everyone I couldn't wait for you see this man that come on the program. The one, the only, the real chairman of the Police Federation, the man who I still think supports 96% of the rank and file people, the man who stood up for them. What they did to him, not nice. And when I say not nice, I'm talking about the rank and file and the high command, right? This man are walking at the footstep of people like, I'm not saying he's Marcus Garvey, but what I'm saying is that he's standing up for people as Marcus did, right? And what they did with him was just grossly unfair. The court system right now is waiting to get word from them as to, how to proceed. But this man, if you need inspiration, just look to the history of Mr. Rohan James. And you can't help but be inspired by the things that he's done. You can't help but being inspired for what he stands for. And the man is still smiling. I don't know how him do it. Believe me, him still smiling. See a big smile. Bring him on there. Brother Rohan James, the one that smile, the one man, that man that look like him have no issues. That one that look like him.
Blessings, my brother and friend. Blessings to you, Mr. Prezi, and Mr. Stu.
Well, I tell you
Blessings
what.
to your listeners.
Thank you. Well, let me clear up this thing and bring on something, because I want we're supposed to be, well, here's the advertisement for him right here. Conversation about crime. It's a candid conversation about crime, because this man is a crime fighter of the highest order. Now, full disclosure, I've had the opportunity, and I wish that more people had it, to go and sit with this man and talk about how to fight crime in Jamaica. Now, when the Minister of National Security said that Jamaica has some of the best crime fighters in the world, I have no doubt that this gentleman was on his mind. Because when you talk to this man and you listen to the way he links his experience, the theoretical part of policing and the humanistic part of policing, you can't help but think that this man should be high command level, because he has a tremendous grasp of the issues affecting the JCF and also the issues affecting the public. Words aren't enough for me to tell you how grateful I am that he took me in his office and sat down, because I went, and I'll be honest with you, I went there and I was of the opinion that everybody in the JCF are thief and they were criminal, starting with the highest elements all the way down. And he sat down and he said, no, young man. He said, although I'm older than him still, but he said, no. Let me explain something to you. And I walked away from that conversation feeling like I went back to school, because he explained to me that, look, the JCF is a force for good. Most of the people, the overwhelming majority of the people in the JCF, they're dedicated public servants. They put their lives on the line. They put their lives on the line every day to serve, protect, and reassure the Jamaican people. You do have some bad apples, but you know how it goes. Bad news get airplay now. Bad news get airplay. And so, my brother, I'm extremely thankful and grateful for the times that you've sat down with me and just change my thinking, the JCF, and about the relationship between the relationship between the JCF and the public, and the relationship between the JCF and the government, and the relationship between the JCF and the JCF. So I have a really good sense, and he caused me to change my perspective on the JCF, and I've said it since, that I owe my change of perspective to this man, Rohan James. So, brother, welcome to the program. We adore you, we love you, and we are here standing shoulder to shoulder with you, because we know that times are difficult. But I tell you, people looking at him would never know, because this man always carry a big smile, and that's the way it should be. Smile your problems away, and you won't have any concerns. You go to bed at night and you can sleep well. He's doing the things that the Prime Minister said that we would be able to do. Sleep with your windows and your doors open. But before I do that, Kevin set me up with some videos here, and I want to play one of them and kind of like open up the thing for discussion. Which one is this? Okay, let me start with this one. And the reason why I'll start with this is because I have told people time and time again that there is no crime plan that you're going to get from the government. And the government said it back in 2016. They said we have something called Plan Secure Jamaica, which is a national security plan, which includes a crime plan. So don't expect a crime plan. And it's almost like people don't believe me. So I want you to hear the words coming out of our prime minister's mouth. And then after that, you should be fully convinced that what you're looking for, you won't get. Here we go.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness is this evening firing back at political critics who say that his administration has failed to deliver a crime plan after 4 years in government. Mr. Holness was speaking Thursday at a meeting with the stakeholders at a working group on crime. We have more in this report from Dwayne Anderson.
Prior to forming government in 2016, Andrew Holness and the JLP promised Jamaicans a safer country. But over 4 years later, his critics say he has not delivered. A frequent complaint from the opposition PNP is what they say is the absence of a credible crime plan. On Thursday, Prime Minister Andrew Holness went on the offensive.
Where is the crime plan? Where is the crime plan? All asking for a crime plan. And again, it is this very narrow focus without much deeper analysis of the issue. That Jamaica has had 20 crime plans before. What Jamaica has not had is a national security plan. And what we have done as a government is to create Plan Secure Jamaica. That includes a plan to deal with crime, a plan to equip the police, a plan to equip the JDF, a plan to build out our national intelligence architecture, a plan to secure our borders.
Plan Secure Jamaica includes states of emergency SOEs. Close to 10 police divisions have been placed under SOEs at different times over the last 2 years, leading to concerns that this security method has lost its effectiveness because the shock and awe value has diminished. But not so, says the Prime Minister. He says SOEs remain a short-term measure and they are working.
We have used force without violence in the areas where the attention is needed. And in every case, we have either put a lid on it or we have seen massive reductions. If you look at the space in St. James, there is no question about the SOEs working.
Mr. Holness reasoned that the SOEs have also helped with important changes in how the security forces deal with citizens.
What Jamaica has not realized is that it is working, that you now have a security force that after 40 years has the lowest security force killings, 86 I believe it was in 2019, and we're trying to make sure we continue on that low track. The success is not about so much, how many people are going to kill as a security force. It is how you can keep the crime rate down, keep your murder rate down, and as a force, you are not abusing people or taking their lives.
The Prime Minister was speaking Thursday afternoon prior to a discussion with a stakeholders working group on crime. That includes the National Integrity Action NIA, the political ombudsman, business leaders, and academics.
It gives an opportunity to remove from the space political grandstanding, political diversion. The government is always willing, and more than that, the government stands at your service to participate and lead any initiative that brings consensus.
Dwayne Anderson, TVJ News.
Okay, let me remove this, and I'm going to show one more. Keep in mind what he said. He said, the crime plan you're looking for, they've had 20 of them. It's not 20. It's about 7 or 8 in the last 20 years or so, I think. And now he's come up with this brilliant idea, Plan Secure Jamaica, to deal with the JDF, the JCF, border, intelligence architecture, all of these things. Colossal failure. Colossal failure. I've been tracking Plan Secure Jamaica since 2016. Colossal failure. It's so much of a failure that in 2020 they come up with something called the Consensus Monitoring on Crime, CMOC. Mr. Lloyd Distant is chairing that. And if you ask him, Mr. Lloyd Distant is a very honest person. He will tell you that The most significant parts of it still a failure. The part having to do with corruption, he'll tell you that. But let's look at this. Hold on. Hold on, they help me out here, Kevin. Go the wrong way. Hold on. One second.
Wrong click.
No, I'm beginning. All right, there we go. Well, but actually, this piece of we should have show this from early, but we never do it. But it's never too late until the lion tells this side of the story. The tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. We haven't roared yet. Stay tuned. All right, here we go.
True proverb.
Here we go.
A pothole-filled road in Portland on Thursday. It's not the only rocky road facing Jamaicans at this time. Crime continues to plague the nation. 2023, though, has brought relative relief in comparison to previous years.
We see that the reported major crimes, which would be murder, shooting, robbery, assaults.
Listen to this nonsense, people. Listen to this. We call this gobbledygook. Listen to this. If you think it was bad with Plan Secure Jamaica and all of that nonsense, listen to this. Because back there he was talking in highfalutin language. Here he's talking in everyday language. Please pay careful attention.
And rape, break-ins are all trending down. In fact, this year's figure is the lowest in 22 years.
Not true.
So crime is going down. But the perception of crime is going up.
The Prime Minister said experts have started their analysis of the violence data in Jamaica, and so far they've noted that the nature of attacks are becoming more barbaric.
If you look at the statistics, you would see that of the 4,500 reported serious crimes that were committed, 1,300 were murders, 1,389 were murders, and 1,000 plus were shootings. So the percentage of violent crimes that could end in the ultimate loss of life relative to all other serious violent crimes is more, it's increasing. So there is no question that we have to do something about violence, and in particular, violent crime.
So having made large investments in the JCF and JDF's members, infrastructure and fleet, the government will now expand the reach of other areas of crime fighting, such as social services.
Somebody's going to have to sit down with mothers in communities like these to say, look, I know your mother beat you when you are growing up and you feel you are better for it. But that was back in the day without social media. That was back in the day when the entire community was your parent. Nowadays, the mental health impact of violence is such that it leads people to depression. People end up taking their lives and taking other people's lives, and people become angry and bitter, and they can't figure out why is it that I'm so angry and bitter. And it comes back to just generally how the society has.
All right. I think that's an interesting way to start. We have more videos, and when we play them videos, I can't say right off the bat because we're going to have to go leave at 8 o'clock because, DJ Kevin Stew is up. We want to go support Kevin. So Chairman Rohan James, I'm just telling you now that you're going to have to come back and visit us, sir. And let me see if there he is, Mr. Finzy himself. There he is, PI extraordinaire, a philosopher, historian, you name it, he's it. Welcome to the program, Major Robert Finzy-Smith.
Thank you, sir. Flattery will get you almost anywhere.
almost.
Restrictions on it. Welcome back, Bobby.
Yeah.
All right. What's up?
All right. So I guess you watch the two clips that I've played, but let me start with Chairman James. Give us your sense of this national security plan, where he said, resources have been deployed to the troops. Everything is great. They have a plan. They have almost everything that they need. But yet, seeing crimes being committed like never before. From your perspective, talk to us about the Plan Secure Jamaica plan.
Thanks again for the invitation to be here. Sufficing to say, let me make the declaration that I'm speaking in the capacity as the Rohan James, who has expertise in the field of law enforcement as a practitioner. I want to make it abundantly clear that I don't normally speak on issues of national security publicly. However, as a citizen of this country, I believe that I should crave the indulgence and to be candid about what it is that my observations are. In light of the utterances that there are resources being pumped into national security, I have no doubt that there has been resources pumped into national security more than before. However, based on the fact that national security has been defunded over a period of time, it lends itself for that which has been invested to be deemed a minuscule attempt. And I have always said that there is no quick fix, but there should be a concerted effort and a holistic approach taken to address the situation once and for all. Why do I say that? You have a Public Debt Management Act that makes provision for the interests of national security to be dealt with once and for all. And that has to be through the Minister of Finance, who makes the allocations as he deems fit, pursuant to Section 10, subsection F of that Act. I say this against the backdrop that I have always called for, when I was the chairman of the Police Federation, called for that level of investment to be made in the public's interest. And I always say that accountability is the hallmark. You can give a man so much, but if you don't seek to hold persons accountable, then you are not going to maximize the intended purpose, intended goal for which you set out. You must have demarcations, you must be, in hindsight, analytical, and you must also reflect on the benchmarks. Against this background, I believe that, yes, there has been capital injection in the organizations. However, it is not sufficient. And I believe, looking at the perspective of even the Crime Management Oversight Committee, I believe that many of the objectives that were set as targets, which is for public knowledge, some of those objectives markers were significantly missed because of the lack of willpower and those in authority who don't believe that they should be held accountable for their own failures.
All right. Well, let me bring in Major Robert Finzy-Smith. Somebody in the chat here just says a compliment. Mr. Finzy-Smith, you're looking like a very fresh-faced young man. All right, let me hear from you, and then we'll bring the panel in. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours. Can't hear you. Cannot hear you. You're muted. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
You don't mind if I call you Rohan? Hello?
You're muted. You're muted.
No, we hear. So
You
All
hear?
right.
You hear?
No, he can't hear you. I mean, he can't. Chairman James, you're muted. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I
question
don't have a
was
difficulty. Don't have a difficulty with that.
okay. All right.
Okay. Let me. I've lost part of it, but you can see me and you can hear me. Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, man, I'm hearing you.
Okay. I have unfortunately certain sayings that I have gotten a hold of through the years, and I apply them as far as I find them applicable. There is a saying I heard in Nigeria once, with no, no insult meant to anyone. But the saying says, by the time a fool has learned the rules, the players have dispersed, which technically means that we are floating around this thing, reinventing the wheel, and then trying to figure out why we can't get it done.
I think we lost him there.
Bobby.
Looks like we lost Bobby.
Oh, we lost him. All right, he'll call back.
After dropping a gem like that.
Yeah. Anonymous. Chairman James this year. Fire away. No, don't fire away. Ask questions. Ask your questions.
Fire away. Okay, I think Bobby is coming back.
Oh, here he is.
Bobby, you there?
Yeah, can you hear him? Can you hear us now?
You're connected twice. Here you go. Go
Okay.
ahead. You have to start over.
All right. Like I said, one of the sayings I've learned through my time on Earth is an African saying I first heard in Nigeria. It says, by the time a fool has learned the rules, the players have dispersed. Jamaica, in my humble opinion, amongst other things, has a problem where we constantly search for complex solutions to simple problems.
Mm-hmm.
There's a saying in the military, there are no bad officers, there are no bad soldiers, there are bad officers. It comes down to leadership. And leadership is best put together if you know what the objective is. The Jamaica Constabulary Force, in my humble opinion, is short on esprit de corps. They have been made not to feel good about themselves, no matter how hard they try. And they're almost used like a weapon of mass destruction against people to be said that they're doing something. Everybody tends to forget that a policeman or a policewoman has a family to go home to. And they have that uppermost in their minds that they need to finish this duty alive. Then you have, on one hand, leadership in the political sphere saying that they have been doing well because the incidents of police fatal shootings have diminished. But at the same time, on the other side of the spectrum, in the same camp, somebody says, shoot to kill. I don't quite see the balance there. You have people in the force who don't want to discharge their firearms because they can't foresee where the legal representation of the outcome of that is going to come from. So if it can help it, them don't fire at all. And criminals start to work out that these guys are hesitant to return fire. So they take advantage of that. But all of this didn't start yesterday. All of this started way back when we took a member of the military who shall remain nameless, avoid showing disrespect, and made him the head of the force. And I'm not talking about the recent holder, talking about far before him, who took away people from the road who knew criminals like the back of them hand. If you broke a car and somebody thief a radio, first say, go down, so turn us up number 5 gate. Tell Miss Icy must send her son come. Because they knew the road that well. So they took them off and sent them to a place called Neverland and replaced them with young constables fresh off the assembly line. Criminals can walk straight past because them don't know them. So it's an unfortunate comparison, but it's like you have cockroach in your kitchen and you turn on the light and all of them run. Now it reaches a stage where you turn on the light and them look on you and say, you're not going to a supermarket. What you take this thing for? So the disrespect for law enforcement has not only reduced their esprit de corps and how they feel about themselves, it has now made some of them very violent because they're not taking the diss anymore. Speaking of funding, you can throw a lot of money at something, but where is it being spent? What am I talking about? How many of our officers, as a matter of course, go to work and strap on them bulletproof vests? Because it's theirs and it's available and it is off. Is everybody remember here bulletproof vests and them don't realize that there are different grades of bulletproof vests? The next thing is, not every officer have a set of handcuffs. So when time comes to restrain someone, you don't have it available. So you have to do the very next best in a literally unarmed combat. How much training is done, I don't know, in handcuffing a suspect in the most efficient way and removing them from the scene of the situation so you don't start putting on a play where everybody is either audience or participant. We have the unfortunate circumstance that there are officers working way above the demands of the post who can't get their overtime, but them can't put a promissory note at the supermarket. They sometimes them do double duty because them don't want to go home and face the woman and the child who they are not being able to adequately provide for. All of this, if I am incorrect, I stand ready to be corrected by the former chairman. But it's something I have watched through 30 odd years, almost 40 odd years of interaction. A policeman is a human being also, given a job that is thankless anywhere in the world, more so in Jamaica. There is something called history, and then there is his story. Anybody has researched the genesis of the Jamaica Constabulary Force? Its origin was meant to be oppressive and repressing any thought of the plantocracy. Now, here is where I put all of you in trouble, and I apologize beforehand profusely. Jamaica is the largest remaining plantation on earth, undergoing the longest slave revolt in history. A chairman of the Police Federation, whose job is to represent the rank and file, chose the moment of the departure of an individual at his funeral to tell people what the situation is and what they're asking them to correct so that we don't have to bury another one under similar circumstances. And rather than going, my God, we're so sorry that we have been reticent in putting this together. These people said to him, you're rude. You know, go and go sit down and think about what you have said. But I have yet to hear anyone say that the chairman spoke untruth. It's not like them say you have uttered things that don't go so. How dare you? You have brought the force into disrepute. And it's lies. No one has yet called him a liar. They're saying that he departed from the tried and proven thin blue line where you defend folly at all cost. Let me show you what happens when you defend folly at all cost. Your promotion can hit a very rapid acceleration because you can be depended on. Don't complain publicly. Don't say nothing is wrong. Just take what you can get and keep going. You soon reach inspect. I've seen situations where chairman of the police federation were promoted away from the post because I'm getting too effective. Nothing has changed. How many stations have a reliable automobile? And I go further. A normal saloon car cannot effectively patrol places like above rocks or that type of places because the terrain will mean that you need to have shares in a front-end company. The vehicle can't manage and they don't want to patrol in it because they're police and carry gun. Everybody figures that them is Superman. Them don't want to get broken down in a vehicle in the middle of the night in some backwoods place they had to go and check on. And you're lucky if you do that and the phone or the radio work. Am I saying anything wrong, Mr. James?
Not at all, sir. The only thing that is omitted by you is to say that politicians should take their hands off the operations of the force and stick to policy directions.
You mean the ones that people phone getting held for a traffic ticket and are told, telling the officer, let him go, man, he's a good boy.
It goes beyond that.
I know, but I'm being uncharacteristically diplomatic.
I can't be diplomatic when it comes on to that, when politicians are telling you it's either you are P or you are J.
It's unfortunate.
I have, and that is why it is unfortunate that I'm still looking to see whether or not the court will allow for a decision that was taken by the court, for which I verily believe that the court orders must be complied with, since we are practitioners of enforcing the law, that an order of the court to institute and operationalize a system for which the very people who are tasked with complain to the court that the manual system is unreliable and lacks integrity. And to date, I am being made the scapegoat. I have absolutely no apology to make that those who are to be held accountable must be held accountable, because the truth is the only time society will continue to see change is when those persons who are to be held accountable become change leaders and hold themselves accountable.
Let me bring in, hold on a second about it. Let me bring in Prezi, because I don't know if both of you know, but Prezi, a former member of the JCF, and he's been tracking some of these stories, and I just want to get his perspective on what's going on here. Prezi.
Corporal James, thank you for your service. And Bobby, as always, very outspoken and not mincing words. So I appreciate both of you and your service. As it relates to the rank and file, I have had several, maybe I could say high-level meetings with government officials and people also in the officer corps as it relates to things that we in the diaspora can do to help the constabulary. We started out with the idea of, and I'm still involved with my batchmate. We trained at Echo Village all the way up in the hills of St. Andrew, and we still keep in touch. So we wanted to provide at least coffee machines and coffee supply for every station, because I know sometimes officers on the job, they want bus of gas, they want to make a cup of coffee, and there is absolutely no way to do it. And some stations are fortunate and some stations aren't. And we came up with a lot of ideas and we pitched them. So I'm going to pitch two ideas to you, Constable James, and I want Corporal James, and I want you to tell me what am I getting wrong, and why is the government dragging their feet? The first thing we say, the diaspora can help with a lot of the little things around, like coffee machine. So they say, well, if you do that, it's going to seem as if you're buying favors because you guys are giving them something. So if you're giving them something, you're going to expect something. That was the excuse. Even though we could have formulated channels where we could give it to the right agent and the right agent to do the distribution. They said no, right? I think that would increase the quality of life and improve the quality of life of these police officers. And that was just one instance because we had other means of supplies that we were doing. We talked to them about the fingerprint readers, about using portable fingerprint readers. So when you book up a man in a Trillon in your name, Squabber, you see the same man a Clarendon, they call him Scatter, or they may call him Bolo. They may call him a totally different name depending on the community where he associates and the area that he is in. But his fingerprint follows him. So it's all right. It don't cost an arm and a leg to use fingerprint scanners, so police can, have it as part of their toolkit. So they can run a fingerprint scanner right here on the spot. They know if the person is in the system, and it eliminates a lot of the tension within the community where you go up in a car and you scoop up a bag of money and bring them to a station to process them. And then 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and let out the youth barefoot, he never have enough clothes and just have on him shorts, kind of out of the road, stand up. So you scoop him up, throw him in a truck, bring him down a station, or process him, you don't find nothing. So you say, boy, I got it, yeah. Or you're going to reach home 2-3 o'clock in the morning when you finish your job or when you feel, say, okay, you met your burden of proof because there's nothing on it. So having that portable reader, you can use it to eliminate things. Now, I may be blindsided by something that you see and understand. But those two simple things, and we have a lot more ideas that we suggested. And I went personally and met with people and we demonstrated a lot of ideas, including building a mesh network, a closed network, where you can use drones to surveil an area before you even go in. And I know some of them, they're talking about it now, but we were the one that pitched that idea about training pilots to put them in armored vehicle. They can stay 2-3 miles down the road. You can send a drone, you can see them unlock the gun, then you can see which direction them are run. You can see which house them running, and you can solve a lot of things. But we don't go in there. The fingerprint reader, portable fingerprint reader, is there an issue where we couldn't do something like that to reduce the amount of people that you scoop up in our truck and carry for the process? Or, if the diaspora decide to give, stuff, equipment like coffee machine or water cooler to police station. Are we buying favors by doing that? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't believe it's buying favors because no police officer would, if donations are made to the government of Jamaica, would know who the persons who are offering these items to the government are. And consequently, it would not place any member of the organization in any compromised position. This is being led by the policy directors and consequently has no bearing effect on the organization called the JCF itself. So what it is that you have said, it is that persons are just blatantly disregarding the avenues for which resources can be channeled and causing the organization to be at a limitation and the membership to bear undue hardship.
May I point out something?
What about the fingerprint reader? Before you go mention, what about the fingerprint reader? Is there any?
That would be an essential component that every police officer would welcome because it goes a far way in assisting us in proximity policing because the most important and successful aspect of policing is proximity policing. And I say that any day, anytime, it has been tested and proven because when you know your citizenry and your citizens continues to play an important role in the day-to-day policing of their communities and they know their police officers and they can interact and they can also hold persons accountable and they are not afraid to, because there's no trust deficit, then you can only improve. I will double down and to say that in 2007, there was not a salary increase, but the then commissioner made it his point of duty to implore upon every single member of the force to include the groundsmen and the ancillary staff and the administrative staff, civilian staff, to say that you are an important cog in the wheel and you are as vital to the success of managing the business of crime and not fighting crime. We are going to be managing the business of crime. And there was a significant reduction because you have stakeholder relationship peaking and persons understand that, yes, you may have to go beyond the ordinary tour of duty and to have meetings, and these meetings might be extenuating, but the circumstances that defines it is that everybody was willing to put the shoulder to the wheel for the greater good of the product called brand JCF and brand security success.
Leadership comes back to leadership. Sometimes
wait, not to cut you, Sir Finzy, when you remove the important cog in the wheel, such as the stakeholders, and you eliminate them, you cannot point your fingers and cast blame and to say that persons are not doing X or Y, because you must know the inherent damage that you would have done to the very product that you are seeking to lead to be successful. You can't tear down the house and expect it to rebuild it without any implication.
I not only agree totally, may I add. Some years ago, I was invited to a little country called Anguilla. The total population cannot fill our stadium.
Hold on one
They
second.
had a problem.
We're getting an echo from your side.
Is it any better now?
Yes.
They said they had a problem. In the space of a year, they had 5 gun incidents. 5. And they, according to them, had a crime wave. There was a backhanded compliment paid to me upon being invited to speak to their assembly and thing, that they found that I would be best suited to advise them because Jamaica have so much crime. So I must be an expert on crime. I'm not sure how to take that, but I understood. I looked around and they had free cellular services there, all of them with their various towers and stuff. And I managed to sell them on the idea of getting space on these cellular towers because they're set up for transmission and they're high. Then you would link in to the cameras on the island and transmit to the radio cars in which laptops and things that were logged into the Wi-Fi could view. So when they had a report of something, they were looking at the scene before they arrived. I came back and I made the suggestion, and everybody, I hear you, Bobby, we look at it. So I said, okay. Whilst I was making that suggestion, I brought up another suggestion that eventually apparently morphed into what you now call Jamaica Eye. I also pointed out to them that common sense not being common, the easiest way to get a hold of someone is by checking their vehicle when it parked. So if you had the ability to lock into the tax administration and things, to see if this vehicle you're looking at has insurance, has its fitness up to date, I mean, whether or not this sticker that says it's licensed belongs to it. You can not only give a ticket there, you can start building a methodology for tracking this vehicle. I asked them if the law that says 2 people can't be on a motorbike unless the rider have a rider's license. No, a lot of the killings that's going on is 2 people on a bike. 2 people on a bike must now feel under the law that they're targeted. You can't just ride up and down with hoodies and things and 2 of you on a bike and not feel that you will come under severe scrutiny from police. You can't just ride willy-nilly around the island and commit crime and take off on your bike. You must know the minute there are 2 of you on the bike, you're going to raise red flags all over the island. But I don't know why they don't have to put a new law. It's there, it's on the books. But we don't enforce anything unless it somehow suits us. Our other problem, there's so many I can't enunciate all of them. But the other problem is you are arresting someone for a breach and somebody is off to one side. Lick the boy, let him go. Put him, hold on, no, go nowhere with him. That's obstructing an officer during the course of his duty. There is a charge for it. We need to set up a training where the officer calls for backup and him just take note of who was egging on the person. And you lock them up too. After a while, the people who are doing this egging on realize it's not profitable to do that. But you leave an officer out there by himself with no equipment to effectively subdue the person, and other people dying for try help take them away from him, and they say police not being effective. To me, it's like you set up the police officer to fail, and then you rejoice in enunciating the failure. But the same people who in telling him just leg of the taxi man, is police is the first person them call when somebody try to lick off them door. Suppose the police officer decided that everybody going sick this week. You know what can happen? I'm not suggesting it, because I know people are very touchy these days. But suppose that happens. If there's a sick out, what you going to do? We are gleefully volunteering to go to Haiti. But we can't control what we have here with limited manpower. Now, let me throw the cat amongst the pigeons. There has been an enlargement of the Jamaica Defense Force for the program of National Youth Service. I don't know the full designation of it, but I know that some of them were trained and let back into society, so to speak, without any tangible way of earning a living. You have technically created a militia. My question is, wouldn't it have been better to have this program targeted at the Jamaica Constabulary Force? So you could increase the constabulary force and allow them to do their job more effectively. Would that make sense? All the money you're spending there, spend it there.
We're not about making sense in Jamaica, Finzy. You know that. We're not about
Well, one can dream. One can dream. Let me tell you the other problem now. In order to make ends meet and their families be able to eat, a lot of members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force run taxi. So there are other members who don't stop certain breaches because they know who taxi that is.
Right.
So let us look at it evenly on both sides of the coin. You want a certain level of performance, pay for it. Matter of fact, the politicians said that they were giving themselves an increase because we must pay for what we elected them to do.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So why we don't pay the police what they need to allow them to effectively do what we are asking them to do? Take some money and put laptops with Wi-Fi connectivity in all patrol cars.
That was proposed. That was proposed back in 2020, or maybe even before that, and still hasn't happened.
But where we spending the other money? Somebody called me on my yard the other day after I was on Mr. Tavares' program. A friend of mine, and she told me, Bobby, be careful. You can't criticize people. They will come for you. Okay, I hear you. Come. Because the truth might be an offense, but it's not a sin. You take a certain level of money, 25 million, I'm told, yes. You throw it at the problem and say, come tell me how it goes. There's one major problem there. I am not a lawyer, but I have a little bit of qualification in the area. Hearsay is not admissible in court. So somebody coming to you and said, Constable, there's a man that lives down the road that do it, you know. Are you willing to give me a statement? Me, sir? No. You're mad. So you now know the general direction you should be looking, but it don't make sense to some degree, apart from having that information in your back pocket. Because you can't carry it to court. And people can't seem to pick this up. Why didn't you use a portion of that money, if not all of it? Put in cameras, street lights, improve the infrastructure in terms of roads and this type of thing. That would make it what I call a hard target. You can't drive into certain areas if it's set up like that.
Well, you're right. But let me bring back in Chairman James here. Chairman James, give us, I mean, you sat there of Federation. So you had your pulse of what was affecting rank and file members. Give us the top 3 things, the top 3 complaints that you heard from your members. And what did you do about them? I'm sure you did something. And what did the government do about the things that you related to them, the complaints you related to them?
The first issue that the members were complaining about is the fact that they were working extended hours without being remunerated properly, the lack of equipment to get the job done, and the other aspect of it is that they believe that they were not being deployed sufficiently in areas that they need to pay more attention to.
Now let's start.
They believe that they believe that they could impact not only the change needed, but to ensure that they build that rapport with the citizen.
Let's start with the third point first: community policing. Why isn't the JCF more involved in community policing? I know you've been a proponent, active proponent of that policing method. Why is it that they haven't listened to you? I mean, have they given you a reason why they haven't listened to you?
I know that I've sat with CMAC, I have sat with the minister, I've sat with at the various policy making level. I've sat with them, and I've not been afraid or shy to bring the issues home to us. As to why it is that there is not a concerted effort to make these recommendations applicable and operational, I am not going to be covering for persons. I don't know why it is not being a concerted effort being placed in those areas. But sufficing to say, though, there are still officers committed that they would want to go into these communities and forge those relationships that is needed to be forged. Because oftentimes what manifests itself, it's not something that is an overnight situation. It is things that has been brewing. And I believe that if it is that persons adequately are supplied with the communication devices, respond to calls and missed calls as they ought to, then it is that I believe that the sort of relationship and communication that is desirous to make it effective, we can, I bet you any dollar, if the 7 recommendations that has been placed in the strategic priority area of the constabulary force, if welfare is placed at the center of it and the resources are pumped into the JCF and the stakeholders, to include the political directorates who are legislators, and the legislators play their role in enacting legislation as from time to time recommended based on the operational vulnerability that has been detected and the likelihood of emergence of threat that may arise that requires the insufficiency of the current legislations to be amended and training is improved. I believe that, and the citizens' participation is honed, and I believe, I bet you the last dollar that Jamaica's issue of crime is a non-issue. It is the lack of will on the part of those who are accountable to use the citizens as scapegoat because they know what they are doing. They know that a scared society that you can cipher funds.
Well,
they know that with a scared society, they are empowered to do whatever under the auspices. We are fighting crime. We don't need to be fighting crime. We need to be managing crime and get our citizens to participate, to feel as if they are citizens. I always tell people, even if you should kill me tomorrow morning, I hold true to my motto, my anthem, and my pledge. And I bet anybody, you cannot get me to sway from it. If the court makes a determination and hand down a decision or issue a warrant or an order, it is for the organizations to comply. It is not to be skirted around with. and persons must not feel a sense that they are above the law and they can breach and get away with it. Everybody should be held accountable.
All right. Let me just touch the other 2 points and then I'll bring the panel in and then we'll close. The second point, equipment. Now, on the Plan Secure Jamaica, the present Minister of National Security said he the government had spent or was spending more than $1 billion between fiscal year 2016 and 2023. And yet we see time and time again examples where policemen they're without equipment. I won't even itemize the things that are missing. So you have on one hand the government saying yes, everything that they need to police this country is in place. But then you have the policemen on the other hand saying we don't have the things that are put in place. Did anyone ever try to bridge that gap with the government saying one thing and your rank and file saying something else and try to explain to you how the money was being spent, given the fact that you said, hey, they did provide some equipment, but it's not enough. How was that received by your superiors?
In matter of fact, I will say that the amount of fallacies that I have been fed in the past, if I was to take it in the literal sense, maybe I would have been in the intensive care trying to be resuscitated. But sufficing to say, though, it is that we have to be true to the cause and understand that we are playing with people's lives. And as I said, when I took over the mantra of leadership then, that every life counts and we ought not to be losing so many lives when it is that we know that persons are failing to account and to give an account of themselves and to hold themselves accountable. You understand? It cannot be that we are allowing for persons to be on a frolic of their own to the detriment of the citizenry of this country.
All right, let me stop you right there. The first point has to do with the court action. It's still pending, so I won't even ask you about that. Let me turn it over to the panel and just have them ask you one question each, and then we'll wrap up because we're kind of pressed for time. And I know that Major Finzy-Smith will be back. And I know that you will be back. Him smiling. He gave me that smile is a commitment from both gentlemen. So, Kevin, let me start with you and just run down and go from top to bottom.
All right. Greetings again. Quick question. With where we are, the constabulary force in Jamaica right now, how long, if you were to put a timeline on it, would you say it would take to bring the force to a standard that people can feel comfortable? Because clearly there's some discomfort right now. So I want to say people, I mean both sides, the officers and the Joe public.
Can I say this to you? It only takes the will of the political directorate to accede and to listen and to do what is necessary. And I bet you the last dollar, it would not take a year or two for Jamaica to start seeing the results. In matter of fact, I will go further. When we embarked on this compensation review, it was to bridge the gap to ensure that those who were not being compensated duly, it was to bridge that gap because the distance between the top and the bottom was that far. And when I provided analytical data and trajectory and information that was of a certain nature and provided to, I must salute even the JTA president, former president, Lasagna Harrison, for standing up with me during that stage, because we were there working the maths, working the trajectory, working the insights, the foresights as to what is it that is possible, and picking up where it is that even the government was heading with their own salary package along the way. So we knew, as I would have said in February 2023, that we would not be taking the crumbs. If only my membership and the teachers stood for the value for which they deserve, we would not be where we are today. Because I can guarantee that the maths was perfectly spot on. You can't be intelligent operatives, and you cannot even pick up information for your own bread and butter. It's madness. So when you get information credible, and you must seek to maximize that information, if it's even that you don't get the 100% value for which you are seeking, you must at least achieve 75% and know how you are going to max it out to reach the 100%. So in hindsight, the officers only have themselves to blame. The teachers only have themselves to blame because they are gullible to people who are political operatives rather than welfare, well-being pushers.
Okay. All right. Mr. President.
Oh man, guys, you guys are amazing. I love the contribution. As we close, one of my concern is along the well-being of the officers, and I do believe when the Jamaica Constabulary was instituted by Britain, at the time it was a cutting-edge enterprise. It had the big station diary. It was the latest tech of the day. Now, we're talking about ISO 802 or 801 or
9001
or 9001 certification. My question is, as it relates to digital case management, having good case management software to create efficiency and to also centralize data within the constabulary, where do you see us going with that in terms of our rollout? Because I'm in IT, and it does not take 10 years to roll out a software, not even with 40 or 50,000 people. Because once you sandbox the application, you know the application works. It's just a matter of deployment, training, and then start using it. A police officer with the right case management software can have information at your fingertips at all times. No, you have to call somewhere, or if somebody make an entry in a station diary or the guard room book, then how do you get that information if you're out in the field and you need that information? So I think the cutting edge technology of the guard room book, as it was implemented when the constabulary started, was good. England was doing it at the time. But everybody has moved from an analog, antiquated system, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force lags behind, dragging their feet. And to me, it's about leadership. I would like to know your opinion, Rohan, and also Major, on the implementation of good case management or technology so that police can have data at their fingertip. They can follow up with the investigation. They can know what the reports are and everything else that you can have just having a digital pane of glass. You have access to information in real time.
I'll go back to where I started before, when I said that there is a Public Debt Management Act that empowers the Minister of Finance pursuant to his powers to provide the funding thereof to ensure that the constabulary force is in a position to respond appropriately to the needs and of the citizens of this country. There is no two way about it, that there are mechanisms that can be employed, but it cannot be done without the resources. The appropriation of a budget doesn't mean the appropriation of spending power, because sometimes it's merely reduced in figures, on paper, but it is not spent on the organization. And that's the whole truth about it. People, as I said before, I am not afraid to get into trouble for something that I believe wholeheartedly the people of Jamaica should be benefiting from their tax dollars. And the tax dollars should be put to work for them. So it cannot work, you cannot seek to grow a country, GDP, without you putting the mechanisms and the infrastructure in place and spending appropriately where it is needed to get the desired result. Nobody wants to invest in an unsecure environment. If it's a secure environment, people are going to want to move in. Hats off to the Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore. Yes, for his leadership qualities, because I have seen qualities that I've never envisaged, that persons have the integrity and the commitment to speak truth to power and to say to people, this is where we are heading. This is the period of time that we are going to be doubling down on it. This is what you are required to do, your involvement, participation. And nobody wants to see their leaders nor their country fail. That's the whole truth about it. Once the leader leads by example, that level of commitment and desire that people are yearning for, people want to be able to mimic what the leader does. And that is wholeheartedly to see a leader leading from the front by example, that they can extrapolate and say, this is what I now want to become, because I've seen the leader demonstrated the highest level of capability, competence, and vision. And the vision can be bought into by all.
All right. Let me stop you there because we're running out of time. Mr. Finzy-Smith, go ahead, sir, with your question for Mr. Chairman James. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You're muted. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Let me save your time. Everything that you said in response to the question, ditto. I have one more thing to just ask. Do you agree with me, sir, that
we're getting our feedback?
Any better? Hello?
Yes, better.
Yeah, good now.
Do you agree with me, sir, that any constable with 5 years service of impeccable record should almost automatically, based on their desires, be afforded the opportunity to own a private firearm? We are carrying the government firearms for hours on end, high-powered weapons, but you won't give a man something to go home and protect himself.
I agree with you, sir, because if that member is not fit to be able to carry a private firearm, he are not to be fit and proper to carry the government's weapon.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
No, I am telling you, and I put it to you, that effectiveness of a police officer's behavior on duty is directly tied to his fear of repercussion on his way home.
Bobby, we're getting our feedbacks.
Better?
Yes.
I am telling you that his ability to do his job and then go home safely is tied into effectiveness. No officer coming off duty after a certain time should be consigned to public transport. Shouldn't do that.
Facts.
And we need to speak to places like National Housing Trust. that every major scheme they're putting in, a certain amount of units be given to the fire brigade, nurses, and policemen. So every scheme will be populated by these people.
Don't leave out the teacher.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the teacher.
Yeah.
And it's not rocket science. It's not. Other than
Agree
that,
with you.
why should I risk my life without tangible reward?
In matter of fact, I would say that as soon as you reach the 5-year service, it should be that the organization and the government is seeking to have a tangible retention mechanism, in that you seek to be able to provide a resident for every single member of the organization, which is a part of the remuneration package, as well as to ensure that that member and his family can be able to commute to and from work, and to be able to live a standard of living commensurate with a decent life of living.
All right.
I'll go further, sir. You don't have to pay him a whole heap of money, but it's the perks.
Right.
It's the perks that make sure I don't want to lose the work because of the perks.
Right. Right. I agree. But look, gentlemen, we have to stop it there. We have a hard stop at 8 o'clock. I just want to thank Major Robert Finzy-Smith, my brethren, and Rohan James, my brethren, and all the other brethren, them like Mr. Prezi, my brethren, and Kevin Stewart, my brethren, and all the guests. I want to thank all of you for making the program as worthwhile as it is, because what we've done today is that we have peeled off the layers of a lot of issues so that we can actually listen, discern, and decide ourselves. We're all about making people informed, educated around here. Now, before we go, I want to just do something. Gentlemen, bear with me. Just put something on the stage. See this? Jamaica state of emergency after it killed in weekend shooting. Clarendon. No, let me show you something. Here we go. That's Clarendon, right? No, this is a travel advisory, July 25th, from the U.S. government. I've said it before that if you want to know what's going on in Jamaica, anything you want to know about regarding Jamaica, go to the U.S. Embassy. You will get all the information you need there. There's a guy there, or maybe a woman, occupying the position of regional security officer. It's their job. Everything that's going on in order to protect the people and the buildings. Look at what they said about Clarendon. Look at Clarendon. I don't know if all of you can see.
Yes, I saw that. You know which song you must play now, sir?
Hold on,
Driver, don't stop at all.
This is right there. Look at Clarendon. They said, do not stop in Clarendon.
Yep.
Say passing through using the T1 and A2 highways. Right? You see that?
Yes.
Oh. So let me get back to, I think I messed up this thing, Kevin. Hold on a second. Yeah. Kevin,
yeah, you couldn't mess it up. You couldn't mess it up too much.
Bring me back to Kevin. Do something else before we go. We have 6 minutes now. Bring me back to where we were.
You have 6. I have 3.
All right.
You should be.
No, I cancel the things we had before. Below on StreamYard.
You mean what were you looking for? The presentation?
Just below there. There's something I want to show them.
Oh, it looked like you closed the presentation. That's what it is. Okay, here we go. And while we're looking for this, I just want to quick announcement. Those that tune in to my broadcast on Reggae Global Radio, there's an internet issue at the radio station, so you can just watch on the Global Base TV. I'm not sure if you've seen it come up, Will.
No.
The presentation.
No, what I wanted to do was the screen. No, not the share screen. Hold on, let me get this. Hold on.
Yeah, presentation should be right.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so if you can watch on the Global Base TV, just go to Reggae Global Radio, same way, ReggaeGlobalRadio.com, and the TV station is there. You just watch on the TV and be a part of the Saturday Stew.
All right, here we go.
All for your information and urgent action.
This is what real leadership looks like. Take a look at this politician talking to this contractor. Can ever is the size okay, Kevin? On my side,
yeah, man. No. That is the guy and I think you wanted.
Yeah. Here we go.
Did they reply?
No.
Did you reply to that? Well, then you want to work. It's as simple as that. So, demobilize off the site. You're not on this project anymore. We can't keep you here. Y'all do all the calculations to make sure they don't have any money for us, or pull the bond, or whatever the case is. And chairman and engineer, by 3 o'clock this afternoon, y'all gonna make a submission of a short list so we can get a contractor to finish this project. I will keep you on the job if you take your car and drive to the end of the road and come back. I'll wait right here and I'll keep you on the job. Take your car and drive and go in and come back out.
No, I can't drive on that.
Well, then you can't keep the work. Because these people can't drive the car and go in and come back, and you're holding them up. If you drive your car and go down to the back and come back, you will finish the road. If you can't do it, then you can't stay on this job. I'm putting somebody else to do it. It's straightforward like that. We got operative principle. You got this job since August. This is now heading to August, and you're at 45%.
The situation was similar as it relates to the rehabilitation of a bridge connecting Zilot North to Tushin North as well as Forest Cross Street, Arakari. To address this delay, Ejel assured the residents that alternative measures will be implemented.
No, they had wood and sticks and so on in the asphalt. I sight with my own eyes. So chairman and engineer, y'all come to me by 3 o'clock this afternoon with 5 contractors who are mobilized in the area and who got capacity and would have had the experience of doing work of a similar nature. And we will do a short list and we will get this project executed. As a ministry, we have to take responsibility for the inconvenience and the difficulty that you are facing. The intent was that we should have brought relief to you by building the road, because when we embark on a road project, it's to improve the lives of people. But to the contrary, it would appear that we have made life more difficult.
The government has adopted a
All right. Here you go. To me, that's real leadership. That's real leadership. You take control of it. You take the blame. Say, as a ministry, we were supposed to do this and we didn't do it. And I, as the leader of this ministry, I am going to take charge. So, folks, one more video, 8 o'clock. Here it is. Here we go.
Thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert.
One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invites all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica to raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed health care, poor education, and more injustice taking place in Jamaica. This takes place on Friday, August the 30th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this takes place at the Jamaican Consulate at the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, New York. Remember, all Jamaicans and all friends of Jamaica, come and raise your voices in protest against all injustices taking place in Jamaica. All come out in support to make Jamaica a better place.
Gentlemen, I thank you all for being here. You all the best for the rest of the weekend. Take care, be well. We'll talk soon.
You too, sir. Everybody take care.
Everybody take care. Blessings.
All right, guys, take care. Corporal James, speak up yourself.